Okay, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, potentially good night to some of you watching online. And thank you to the small but dedicated group who have joined us in the space today, making it through the Amsterdam rain, typical Amsterdam rain this morning. Welcome to the post-Anthropocene Museologies Symposium. My name is Colin Sterling, and I'll be your main host for the day, along with Blake Ewing, who is joining online and has helped to coordinate this event with me, and Ashley Malm of Frame of Framed, who is in the space alongside me. We have a rich and slightly complex day ahead of us, with speakers and audiences joining online and on site, so I do not want these opening remarks to take up too much of your time. A few housekeeping rules and acknowledgements to start, though. For those in the space, do please keep your face masks on if possible, and do make use of the cushions available to make the seats a little bit more comfortable. You will be able to ask questions and make comments in the usual old-fashioned way of raising a hand. For those joining online, please use the chat function in YouTube to ask questions. This is being monitored by someone in the space, and we will then relay the questions to speakers online or in person. It is bound to take a little bit of getting used to at the start, but I'm sure everything will make sense as we move through the day. In terms of acknowledgements, I would first like to thank the British Academy for sponsoring this event through a Knowledge Exchange Seed Funding Award. Blake and I actually met almost exactly a year ago at an event on the Anthropocene hosted by the British Academy, which encouraged scholars in the UK and the Netherlands to collaborate around this particular theme. And this symposium is the outcome of those initial discussions from a year ago. And I've actually still not met Blake in person because of the dreaded COVID, but hopefully that will happen in the not too distant future. I'd also like to thank our speakers for joining us from near and far, and our two additional chairs, Alice Twemlow and Jeff Diamanti, who are in the space with me, who will be helping to steer some of the conversations later. And finally, I'd like to thank Frame of Framed for suggesting that we use this space for the event, and especially Ashley for her tireless assistance in bringing it all together. So Frame of Framed, as I understand it, began as a network interested in critiquing institutions such as the museum. And this event aligns very well with their ongoing work in this area. Of course, there are also valuable overlaps with the current exhibition, which forms the backdrop to our symposium today. This is the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes, an installation developed by activist and lawyer Rada de Souza and artist Jonas Stahl. And the exhibition, which takes the form of a tribunal, asks us to consider the temporalities and impacts of the Anthropocene and the climate crisis through the framework of the legal system, or indeed its failings. What would it mean to hold corporations and states to account for environmental crimes that have unfolded and will continue to unfold over centuries, if not millennia? How can the voices of those who are not with us, extinct species, historical actors, the unborn, be part of this tribunal? And what form might justice take when official rules and regulations are so incapable of dealing with the crimes in question? Today's symposium takes a different focus, but we can see how the same lines of inquiry might be traced to the world of museums. Many of the institutions that fall under this banner have existed for several centuries, and their historical formation, collections, and modes of practice align with the injustices of climate change in countless ways. The deep and enduring connections between European museums and colonialism are but one dimension of this entanglement. Closely connected histories and practices of extraction, of racism, of accumulation, of consumption, and of subjectification also need to be brought to the surface when questioning the intersections of museums and the Anthropocene. In her searing book, A Billion Black Anthropocenes or None, Catherine Yusof invites us to think of the Anthropocene not simply as a current concern or a future possibility, but as a set of material practices of duration and arrival that brought this world into being. The key point, as Yuso highlights, is that for a certain proportion of the world, the entire dismantling of this colonial apparatus is a desired state, a recognition that, in her words, launches a call for a different kind of world-making. What would it mean for museums to become active agents in this project of worldly repair? What obdurate histories and modes of practice would they need to overcome, and who should get to play a role in this collective reimagining? Here I just want to mention, with that word reimagining, a book that those in the space, you will all get a free copy of this before you leave. This is a book just published in relation to a project that I've recently completed called Reimagining Museums for Climate Action, which was a collaboration with Rodney Harrison of UCL and Henry McGee of Curating Tomorrow. And it was an exhibition at Glasgow Science Centre alongside COP. And this event is kind of building on some of the conversations we had for that. You can also go on the website and download the PDF for free. Everything we created is completely open access and fully accessible online from the project. So these questions around museums in the Anthropocene bring us to the tentative post of our title, which is in brackets not simply to try and look extra pretentious. With echoes of the post-colonial, the post here is meant as a provocation that moves in three different directions at once. In the first instance, the post serves to acknowledge that many museums have already engaged with the Anthropocene in a host of different ways over the past decade. Reflecting the transdisciplinary status of the Anthropocene, such activities range from conceptual art installations to community engagement, and from scientific research to late-night events. Natural history museums, science centres, contemporary art galleries, and social history collections have all sought to reframe their work in relation to the Anthropocene, with some developing long-term strategies or agendas specifically focused on the historical roots and future trajectories of this proposed new geological epoch. Post, in this context, asks us to consider what the impact of this work has been and what might come after this first wave of critical Anthropocene thinking and practice. The second way in which we evoke the post relates to the historical entanglement of museums with many of the forces that have brought the planet to the brink of ecological collapse, from nationalism and colonialism to industrial capitalism and the Great Acceleration. We would not be the first to point out the crucial role museums have played in dividing nature from culture or placing European man at the center of all things. In this light, museums may be seen as a paradigmatic apparatus of the Anthropocene. The question then becomes, what might a post-Anthropocene museum look like? How would it function? What would it collect and display? Or would these very modes of practice need to be fundamentally rethought? While such questions are focused on the museum itself, the third and final way we want to engage with the post looks outward, to the wider social, environmental, and political ecologies in which work in this field is always embedded. While the Anthropocene may well be a material reality for the contemporary world, although that could of course be questioned, there is still a need to imagine what might possibly come after. And this responds to Donna Haraway's suggestion that our job, i.e. the job of the present, is to make the Anthropocene as short, thin as possible and cultivate with each other in every way imaginable epochs to come that can replenish refuge. Put simply, we want to ask what it might take for museums to contribute to this post-Anthropocene world. Of course, the lingering nature of the Anthropocene, as well as the need to constantly challenge the underlying assumptions and occlusions of the very term, means that all of these trajectories must remain tentative and exploratory for now. And we also need to acknowledge that while academic discussions might move at a certain pace, the historical emergence and effects of the Anthropocene work to a different rhythm. As Joanna Zielinska reminds us in her brilliant book, The End of Man, A Feminist Counter-Apocalypse, Even though we are nowhere near solving the Anthropocene's climate issues, in some areas of critical theory, we already find ourselves post-Anthropocene, it seems. We are wary of contributing to this trend, but we also recognize that pushing museums into new terrains of thought and praxis might mean leaving the Anthropocene behind, if such a thing is even possible. So I will stop there, but before I hand over to our first moderator, I just wanted to remind everyone of the slight change in the program today due to the new COVID measures. And essentially this means that the day is in two parts. The first part is fully hybrid, with speakers and audience members online and in person here at Framer Framed. And this will go on until 5 p.m. Amsterdam time, when we will need to vacate the space promptly. Our keynote panel, which begins at 6 p.m. Central European time, will then be online only. And I hope most of those on site will be able to make it home in time to tune in for this, but it will also be recorded to watch later. With that in mind, I would now like to hand over to our first moderator, Alice Twemlow, recently appointed Wim Krauwel, am I saying that correctly? Yeah. Wim Krauwel Chair in the History, Theory and Sociology of Graphic Design and Visual Culture at the University of Amsterdam. Welcome, Alice. Over to you for the first panel.
Thanks, Colin.
Do I need
to press something?
Up here or?
What? Stand?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hi, thanks Colin and everyone for organising this fantastic event. Pam, I like her already. I think this is going to be a very, very interesting day. So in addition to the role that you mentioned, Colin, I should also just mention another one of my roles because it's kind of relevant. So I also work at the Royal Academy of Art, The Hague, which is KABAK, and I run a research group there called Design in the Deep Future. And we are also tackling some of these issues from different perspectives, from using research methods in art and design. So I think some of these threads might weave together during the day. But I'm here today in my role as moderator to introduce this first panel. Does the panel have a name? No. No, yet to be unnamed. Yet to be named, I mean. Oh, thank you. So the first panel, we are going to have 3 speakers, and I'll introduce them one by one. And then we have time for questions afterwards, and we'll be fielding your questions online as well. So just keep them coming, keep them in the chat as they occur to you, and we'll gather them all up at the end and deal with them, hopefully. So first up, it's very nice to introduce a collaborative pair of academics, Linne Vestergaard Knudsen and Lotte Issager. Now, Linne is based at the Aalborg University, and Lotte is based at the University of Copenhagen. And Lotte Issager is an anthropologist and geographer. Her research addresses natural resource management, agricultural development, and institutional capacity building in developing countries. And Linne researches and teaches museology and museum communication, and that's at Aalborg University. Through long-term collaboration with several Danish cultural historical museums, she studies and develops museum-society relationships, and also, if I'm not mistaken, museum-plant relationships, which I'm particularly interested in, so I hope that will come up. They collaborate together on projects, including, that investigate the kind of confluence between the university and the museum, research, exhibitions, and communication. So without further ado, we're going to transfer online and welcome Linne and Lotte. Thanks.
And I'm Lotte. I'm speaking to you from Copenhagen, and Line will be talking to you from her hometown. We're here because in this unnamed space, because we have written a paper about the Anthropocene as a new keyword in the museum
It's a kind of overview paper with inspiration from a book by Raymond Williams from 1976 called Keywords. And keywords in his usage are words which are used to discuss important topics or central processes in our mutual lives. They can be everyday words, or they can be words emerging from specialized contexts. They can be old words, or they can be new words. To exemplify, some of the words he mentions are culture, nature, state, civilization, nature, and class. And the thing about keywords is that they carry a multitude of different meanings. So it is impossible to sort of define what we might call the proper meaning of a keyword. And this plurality of meanings is bound up with the problems which keywords are being used to discuss. So to us, the Anthropocene is a keyword. It emerged from geology and very quickly acquired multiple different meanings. It is entangled in all sorts of facts and very high emotions often. And in our paper, we have particularly attended to 3 different questions, often found in the debate about the Anthropocene. One is, when did the Anthropocene actually begin? Second question, if it is an appropriate term, should we rather talk about Capitalocene or Plantationocene? And 3, the fact that the term Anthropocene models up the old conceptual boundary between nature and culture. And I hand it over to you, Line, from here for a while.
Yes, and I will say something about this overview study that we did. We looked at 41 exhibitions between 2000 that were on show between 2011 and 2019, and the end of 2019. I'm sorry. And we looked at exhibitions that had the Anthropocene in their title or their subtitle, or very clearly in the introduction to the exhibition. And our approach has been to look in journal papers and reviews and online material, and unfortunately we haven't seen all of these exhibitions in real life, but only a few of them. We tried to extract information about why the different museums and institutions work with the Anthropocene, so what are their purposes, and also how they do it, and what kind of museum design and communication do they put up in order to work with this theme, what type of content do they curate. So to give a brief overview of these 41 exhibitions, with regard to types of museums, it's quite clear. Trying to show a graph here, that art museum and art galleries and art institutions are far the most dominant institutions occupied with exhibiting the Anthropocene. So 35 of the 41 exhibitions are in art institutions. And geographically, the exhibitions are located in the USA and Europe and New Zealand and Australia, except for 4 of these 41 exhibitions, where one is in Lebanon, one is in Brazil, one is in China, and one is in Taiwan. So it's easy to conclude that it's predominantly in Western countries that these exhibitions take place. And with regard to the purposes and content of these exhibitions, I'll try to extract 6 tendencies and describe 6 tendencies that we have found in our study. So one major tendency, of course, in these exhibitions is the attempt to document characteristics of the Anthropocene, for example, by focusing on fossil fuels, resource extraction, global warming, radioactivity, or by focusing on the historical origins of the Anthropocene. Another tendency is the attempt to try to convince that the Anthropocene is real, and this can be done by photo or video artworks, for instance, like this, a photo that is clearly documenting the Anthropocene landscape here. A third tendency is the attempt to urge audiences to take part in this discussion about the Anthropocene. So the museums clearly state in their purposes that they really want audiences to reflect on and act on this concept and to engage in these open-ended suggestions for solutions that quite a few of these museums also present. And a fourth tendency is the attempt to transgress nature, culture, conceptual divides. So, for instance, by artifacts that explicitly juxtapose elements from the human and the natural world, like we see it here. Hopefully you can see these slides. At last, I want to describe two other tendencies that we actually found quite rare among these 41 exhibitions. So one of them is a critical and post-colonial stance. And actually the exhibition in Beirut in Lebanon is the one where we found that it most, the one that really most consistently emphasized this perspective. So one example of one of the artworks of this exhibition is this Monica El-Kadiri, who based on the head of oil drills, made these alien-like sculptures exactly to mark oil as an alien intruder that dramatically changed the historical narrative of the Middle East region, and did this within certain imperialistic and economic power structures. So this is a contribution to the discussion that we also have in some of the literature about the Anthropocene, about neglecting this term and maybe using more specific terms such as the Anthropocene, the Capitalocene, or the Plantational scene. And the last tendency that I want to emphasize is seen in an exhibition called Mild Apocalypse. And this exhibition, with its feral landscape with the deers and soil inside the exhibition room, tried to establish new relationships between humans and other species. So they tried to make changes towards a shift away from the idea of human control and towards a more humble, curious, and explorative connection to our surroundings. So this is about human behavior towards nature and how exhibitions can maybe be a catalyst towards new things here. Yeah, so that's that was some of the findings from our studies, and Lotte will somehow conclude a bit from this and take over now.
Yeah. We're back in Copenhagen again. Thank you. One of the things we just wanted to stress was that the museums who exhibit the Anthropocene very explicitly stress the unsettled meanings of this term. And that is one of the reasons why we think it actually works as a keyword in the museum. And as Line said, it's also very obvious that museums tend to urge their audiences to actually act upon the Anthropocene. But whether people do that is something we don't know from our study. It's also true that generally the museums tend to avoid some of the controversies surrounding the term Anthropocene. They tend to downplay the social ecological justice perspective, except with some notable exceptions. One of them was the exhibition in Beirut. And then it's clear that we think that the museums in various ways try to transgress or suspend the boundary between nature and culture. But we happen to believe that they don't really succeed in doing this. For example, many museums portray human beings as either villains or potential saviors in the Anthropocene. But when people are cast in that kind of roles, they are obviously positioned outside of nature. their position as separated from rather than connected with nature. And that is something we have tried to avoid in our own work in 5 different Danish cultural history museums. Our perspective is of view that the Anthropocene is real. It is the condition of our life and work in the museum, but it is not a topic that we sort of address per se. Instead, we have used ethnobotany, which is the study of people-plant relationships, in our work in the museum. And we have done that by studying our audiences or our local communities' relationships with plants in different settings. So we've gone out and used various anthropological methods to study how people relate to plants in their gardens, in the forest, in the heath, or in the coastal areas where they live. And it turns out that people are actually deeply connected to plants, materially, culturally, and emotionally. They are not, and possibly have not, or never been modern in the sense of being truly disconnected from nature. And in our exhibitions and in our research, we have actually tried to reconnect natural history with cultural history. It is something we are currently writing about. We hope to publish next year. And we simply want to say that by doing so, we think that's one way forward. It is not the only way, but it is definitely one way of trying to reconnect people to nature and address the Anthropocene this way. And we look forward to listen and learn for the rest of this day, and we thank the organizers for the time here and for organizing all this, and to everyone who listened. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Can you see me or hear me? Lotta and Lynn. Okay, great. I'll just ask you one quick question just before we move on. I'm sure there'll be loads of questions in the Q&A at the end. I found that really interesting, and especially how far back the exhibitions go. I think the first one was, or the first mention is 2011, right? It's quite interesting. And then I wondered if you found out to what extent anything that emerged from the exhibitions, from the kind of research for the exhibitions or the interaction with the exhibitions, made it back into the museums. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, was there a kind of lasting trace left by these exhibitions at all?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that we found that in the material. What do you think, Line?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, actually.
Well, just because, well, maybe it's something we can address in the Q&A afterwards. The relationship between the curation of an exhibition and the curation of that goes on in a museum. Two different activities, but obviously related. How do they connect? And I just wondered if museums ended up collecting some of the items that were shown in these exhibitions.
I'm not sure we are aware of that from the material we used, but it is one of the things we try to address in our own work, because we actually find that one of the risks about doing just one or the odd exhibition about the Anthropocene in the museum is that that's it. And we are generally thinking that it's the whole museum as an institution that needs to work on this. In our own work, we are trying to build up a conception of, or a concept of, that we call the multi-species museum. And that is a museum that really takes seriously in everything it does in cultural history, research and exhibition, that human beings are not the only species worth talking about when we talk about history, that we need to make other species visible and in our research. Yeah.
Great, I look forward to that. And yeah, I hope there are no conservators in the audience, because I know the idea of bringing nature and plants into the museum causes them to come out in hives. But let's move on to our next speaker, and we'll meet you again in the Q&A. Thanks so much. So next up is Birgit Arens, who actually studied at the Royal College of Art, same as me. Hi. But you studied curating and then went on to work as a curator of contemporary art, and you're currently at the Courtauld Institute of Art at the University of London. Birgit has published widely recently on the politics of natural sciences collections and critical engagements, such as Unequal Earth, The Botanical City, Botanical Drift, and on decolonizing natural history museums. I'm very, very interested to hear Birgit's take on this topic, so please welcome Birgit Arens.
Hi, Birgit. Just to say, you're free to start now.
Okay. So, I'll listen for the introduction. Hello, can you hear me? Thanks very much for the introduction. And I'm really pleased to join the day today from London. I'm a curator of contemporary art and have worked with diverse artists in natural history museums, but as a curator of contemporary art, so those questions of how to curate a collection are not well placed with me, but I have got some context for when I work within natural history institutions. Okay. Now, shall I start again?
No, we were hearing you absolutely fine, Birgit, and the next slide has started. Yeah. So, yep, just carry on as you
were. Right, because I can just hear myself. That's all. I can hear myself speaking. The recording. Why is that? So I'm starting off with some. Weather recordings made by Hans Sloane in Jamaica in September 1688 to start off this talk, which is okay. So Seeds of Empire in the Black Anthropocene, or why work with natural history collections. So I'm starting off with some observations made by Hans Sloane. Sorry, I need to close the stream, sorry, because I can keep on hearing myself. Apologies for that. We have the chance to test this. Right, so I'm now starting with the weather observation made by Hans Sloane that goes with these slides. He wrote down in 1688, an easy sea breeze. The weather makes the people somewhat faintive. Tertians are frequent. Tertians are a type of fever. He goes on, a very great shower with rain in the afternoon. These last 4 days, I observed the weather at Mr. Allison's plantation in Liguani, and at my return to San Diego de la Vega, I was told it had rained there but 1 day of the 4. Hans Sloane made these weather observations during his about 1.5 year stay in English Jamaica. Sloane was both a physician and a natural history collector whose legacy is felt in his collections that became foundational to the British Museum in London, later the Natural History Museum. In 1687, Sloane, a member of the Protestant elite in Ireland, who had studied botany and medicine, became the personal physician of Christopher Monk, the second Duke of Albemarle, when Monk became governor of the English colony of Jamaica. Sloane, then 23 years of age, ministered to the planters and their slaves, while also exploring the island on horseback, making weather observations, making notes on local life, collecting plant specimens and knowledge, animals and artifacts. Upon his return to England, Sloane established himself as society physician and networker in metropolitan scientific circles, becoming one of Europe's foremost naturalists. He had gained his gentlemanly status through capital from sugar plantations and gained his cultural capital from his extensive collections, which he had begun in the Caribbean. In Sloane's Voyages to Jamaica, self-published from 1707, he, as a physician, also writes up over 100 patient histories with his assessments of patient behavior that, in their intended objectivity, reveal glimpses into the social hierarchies, clashes in worldviews, and violent interactions in becoming colonizers and being colonized in the plantation system of English Jamaica. Can I have the next slide, please, Ashleen? Thank you. In our debate today on post-Anthropocene museologies, I would like to offer a specific aspect on working with natural sciences collections, be this in a natural history museum or in a botanic garden. I will develop my thoughts through some works by Joy Gregory, a Black British photographer with Jamaican heritage who collaborated with South African composer Philip Miller on the exhibition project Seeds of Empire. They worked with a historic account of the natural world and patient case studies through the descriptions by Hans Sloane, consulting a copy of Voyages to Jamaica in the British Library. Gregory, however, has done extensive research over the years into the slave trade and colonial histories in Jamaica from 1492 to the present day. She approaches history in its relation to the present time and does so in working with natural sciences collections, particularly plants, as keepers of shared and diverse histories. She has undertaken sustained research into such collections as an individual artist, working against the grain of museum collections. Of course, there are other curatorial approaches to working with artists and collections in order to challenge coloniality embedded in collections of the natural world, to propose different aesthetics and collaborative approaches. There are various methods to work against the grain, such as to reveal histories and epistemic violence in gathering knowledges. And Gregory particularly works with oral history in gathering talent. So I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. In the work here, as part of Seeds of Empire, Gregory herself reperforms roles. An enslaved individual reperformed and imagined after the medical description Sloane provides, having treated her for her what must be mental health and depression issues. Rose was most likely from West Africa, but her personal his about 4 weeks observations of her mental state, which he described as melancholy, morose, taciturn. In reperforming Rose, Gregory uses Sloane's description to find a narrative about an enslaved person, using cultural historian writer Saidiya Hartman's critical confabulation to imagine Rose's being in the world. Rose was made to work in domestic environments, interiors of places that were part of the plantation system. Here in this image, there's an atmosphere of still, and the image is interesting a mental space at the same time. But it's an image to look at from within the plantation system. From the mid-16th century onwards, hundreds of Black bodies were made mobile and negative mobility. They were taken from their homes, cultural and societal environments, and their past. Their bodies monetized and their bodies' value reflected in the consumption prices of sugar, rum, or cotton. At the time, Sloane's burgeoning collections of plants and other specimens grew, his medical practice, weather observations all benefited wide European economic interests, the networks of European science, and his own material gain. Sloane's foundational collection and research were entirely reliant on the colonial infrastructure of the English Enlightenment era. Gregory and Miller, in their collaboration, make historical meanings and contemporary legacies coincide by also including present-day recollections of weather encounters by Jamaicans who emigrated to the UK. Their routes of migration are predicated on roots of empire seeded in the 17th century. I could have the next slide, please. So why is it useful to think with the Anthropocene when considering Hans Sloane's practices and collections through Gregory and Miller's work? The Anthropocene, as proposed from the context of the global north, focuses attention onto an economic context of human intervention and transformation. However, here are a couple of examples of an English vision of an environment at a time a little later than Sloane's. These English-centric visual images represent the prospecting vision and the economic relations between a visual artist and a slaver. This artist Robertson was commissioned by a slaver Beckford in the plantation system in English Jamaica. So Robertson was invited by the slaver to come and do this landscape representation in an English picturesque style. This speculative vision, however, in the Anthropocene, that's the interpretation we have to come to of landscapes by Robertson, are but one example of industrial or metabolic processes whose long-term effects are witnessed in the present day. If I could have the next slide, please. Equally, like in Robertson's representation of slaver Beckford's estate, which we just saw, a speculative vision is joined by a speculative material culture in the economic botany collections, such as the one in Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew, which you can see on the one side, on the left, from my side, which is one slide from another work that Gregory Miller did, a slide here of Botanic Gardens at Kew. And on the other side, you can see a photograph of a cotton tree, but this tree also figured in this, the other work, which is a number of slides of plant environments in Jamaica and the UK. Though in Gregory's portraits of the white cotton tree within the Hope Botanical Gardens in Jamaica, the photographer goes further and draws the focus onto the function of cotton trees in the plantation system, referring to their function for the execution of slaves by hanging. The Anthropocene, however, emphasizes rather than challenges the very economics of nature as cheap resource and modernity. There's a modernity here whose origins are written into the so-called Columbian exchange from the late 15th century onwards. This origin of the Anthropocene, as put forward by scientists Lewis and Marsland in 2015, refers to colonialism and global trade through the exchange, which made people, plant, and animal species mobile for transatlantic trade. This origin emphasizes the tactics of empire and European world building through circulation, racialization, forced migration, and enslavement. Thinking with the Anthropocene makes legible the European encoding of categories and their moving across territory, relation, and flesh, so geographer Catherine Yusuf. Hans Sloane's working practices and collection is but one example in the history of science for the dependency of networks of empire and the racial capitalism within colonial structures. Jamaica's modernity, shaped by Europeans, relied on the instrumentalization of Black bodies as racial capitalism. I could have the last slides, please. Now I've got a few concluding words. That's great, thank you. So, there it is. What does, as suggested here, the Black Anthropocene afford? Using the term Black Anthropocene brings contemporary optics, politicized in order to move beyond a European-centric modernity, and it embeds the suffering of and violence towards Black people, forcibly made mobile, and Black indigenous populations through capitalist exploitation. The Black Anthropocene can afford a deepening of curation, interpretation, collecting practices within naturalistic institutions, and afford further critical understanding of the origins and developments of practice, as we've seen here at the example of Sloane. Natural science collections are a hypothetical mapping of knowledge with gaps and with absences. Through the Black Anthropocene, it is possible to ask, what are these absences, like those from the Caribbean, that need addressing? So why work with natural history collections? Gregory and Miller's work dwells on the historicized present through natural history collections using archival research, reperformance, and imagination. Here, their approach is to use embedded narratives and material culture to shape creatively around and with absences in order to reveal relations and hierarchies. And curating this type of work into natural history collections, and I think maybe we should discuss that because this question just came up to the previous speakers, is this work was shown outside of the Natural History Museum, so it'll be really interesting as a sort of an independent gallery space. So it'll be interesting to see how we can think through working with museums by considering external provocations such as this one. That was my last slide. Thank you very much.
I'm going to get the hang of this by the end of the day, but thank you so much, Birgit. That was really fascinating, and I'm sorry you had a few technical troubles, but it came across really well for us. And it's just so important to bring this aspect into our conversation, especially in terms of this idea of absences in collections. You know, we've just had a presentation that shows what has been done within the frameworks of museums. You've introduced this idea of going against the grain of the museum collection, which is super interesting. And I think in our next presentation, we're going to depart the museum altogether. And we'll try and bring this all back together in discussion afterwards. I also just wanted to very quickly ask you just for a little bit more about what you were starting to introduce with the work of Gregory and Miller in the use of sort of, you didn't use the word tactics, but I sort of got the sense that some of the moves that they're making in terms of using speculation, for example, could be considered as tactics of resistance to enter the discourse of you know, to go against the grain of the museum. Is that the case, or is there another way that they kind of frame this work that you think works better? Did you hear the question okay? No. Okay. What I suggest is we'll come back to that in the discussion. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about the role of activist tactics in the museum setting. But now I think we should move straight on to our next speakers. Is that okay? Okay. Very nice to welcome live in person here. Very exciting. Christian Anston and Eric Wang. Now, Christian is an assistant professor of heritage studies at Maastricht University in the Department of History. He's associated with the Maastricht Experimental Research in and through the Arts Network, otherwise known as Marianne. So you see, we've got the Pam and the Marianne. You're getting all the ladies here. It's great. And Christian, I've come across his work because he's just one of the go-to people when it comes to walking as a research method, something I'm beginning to get very excited about. So I'm really glad that he's going to be speaking to us today about perhaps how to walk out of the museum and find it in a more situated sense. And he's going to be speaking with one of his collaborators, Eric Wang, who's a graphic designer and radio maker, who's currently curating a very large-scale project by the sounds of things called In Search of the Pluriverse, along with Sophie Creer. And this exists as a podcast project, but will also be an exhibition at the New Institute opening in spring 2022. And he also teaches at the Rietveld Academy in Amsterdam. So please welcome Christian Anston and Eric Wang. Thanks.
Thank you, Alice. Let me just... And thank you, Colin, for inviting us. Hello, everybody. It's very good to see people in the audience instead of just online.
It's funny that we need to see where we... Oh,
Oh, yeah. Perhaps the PowerPoint can be turned on as well. Oh, yeah, there it is. Thanks very much. We're going to do a presentation in two parts. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit of the backstory to the exhibition, which title you see on the slide, and then Erik will actually guide you through the online exhibition. So I'm very happy to introduce to you Day Zero, Ground Zero, Cape Town, a decolonial walk along the Liesbeek River, which is an online project for the Maastricht University Arts and Heritage Committee, and it's hosted by the Maastricht University Library. Next slide, please. This project had as a guiding question, how can we revisit colonial collections through the lens of the contemporary climate crisis? And it was very much a tryout, an experiment. It was an online exhibition thinking through these issues, an exhibition in the making, one could say. Next slide, please. It's an online project made with students of the Master's Arts and Culture Specialization Arts and Heritage of Maastricht University, and it involves work by myself, by Erik Wong, and by photographer Dirk-Jan Visser, who is a colleague of Alice at the KWK in The Hague. Next slide, please. What I'm going to do briefly is introduce you into sort of 5 points of beginning in terms of the making of this project, before Erik will take you on his guided tour. As a first point of beginning, next slide, please. This conversation about this exhibition or this project came out of a request from the Arts and Heritage Committee of Maastricht University to work with an item from their Jesuits collection. The Jesuits collection is something sort of similar as the VOC archive at the National Archive or at the Naturalis Museum, much smaller, and it has a different origin, but it contains some extremely interesting and special work, like this book by Peter Kolb, The Present State of the Cape of Good Hope, a book from 1731. So the Arts and Heritage Committee of Maastricht University asked us to make an exhibition with this work, and we took that as a starting point for a conversation. Next slide, please. The second point of beginning was an MA teaching project that I was doing in relation to this work that I just mentioned. And in that project, I was thinking with students how to reread this particular colonial piece of travel writing through the lens of the contemporary climate crisis. We took inspiration from the writer Amitav Ghosh, who has this phrase in one of his most recent books that we should explore the intimate relation between the imperial conquest and exploitations of being and species and territories in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and use that as a way to understand the Anthropocene. Next slide, please. Yeah, a third point of beginning was a quote which we found in a South African newspaper, The Independent, on 16 April 2018, which was the year in which Cape Town would experience its day zero, the moment that it would run out of water because of a severe drought. And the journalist in this newspaper, Dave Chambers, wrote, "Cape Town has not seen anything like this since Jan van Riebeeck came ashore in April 1652 and took advantage of the bountiful streams, springs flowing off Table Mountain to plant gardens, fields, and vineyards, which provisioned the Dutch East India Company's passing ships." So that was the third point of beginning. Then a fourth point of beginning, next slide please, was another newspaper clipping from the Dutch newspaper De Trouw, in which a Dutch journalist based in South Africa wrote about a contemporary controversy in Cape Town taking place in the aftermath of Day Zero, of the year in which Cape Town was projected to run out of water. And he described a situation in which project developers supported by Jeff Bezos' Amazon group, were developing a key site along the Liesbeek River, a site of which the indigenous population of the Cape, of which they were claiming that it was their ancestral burial grounds. And he quoted one of the indigenous leaders saying, "This is a place where the Khoikhoi and the San came in contact with the rest of the world." In 1657, the VOC decided, in order to make profit, to expropriate the land, and it's still the contemporary ground zero of South Africa. So those became sort of framing quotes for this exhibition. Then a fifth point of beginning, next slide please, is that we deliberately wanted to position this exhibition in the making sort of in the intersection of two academic debates, one on decoloniality and the other on the Anthropocene. And we were particularly inspired by a quote of Rolando Vázquez, the decolonial thinker, and which he asks, how can we envision the possibility of an ethical research life that is not mediated or dependent on the destruction of the earth or of relational worlds? So these were kind of like the conceptual and practical beginnings of this exhibition. Next slide, please. And this question, what could it mean to rethink our methods and ways of making exhibition based on colonial collections, is going to be a central question, which we're going to address in an upcoming online seminar on the climate of colonial connections. And now Erik will take us through the exhibition.
I will show my face briefly because I need to go backstage to take you through a quick tour of the exhibition, which would be a good idea, we thought, because it's just finished, so it's just live. So, goodbye. Hello, goodbye. Well, I'm backstage now. I'm sitting next to Marco, the audio engineer. And I'm kneeling down at the laptop. Where should I? Oh, oops, that's small. Okay, I see a big screen here just for you listeners and viewers, and it's bigger now. Is this the mouse? Okay. So you're looking at the website now. So and this project has quite a long history because we started thinking about this exhibition as an offline exhibition, and we worked with two groups of students over the past 1.5 to 2 years, thinking about how to work with the ingredients of this exhibition. And we ended up making, also forced to COVID, to an online presentation of it. So there were basically 3 ingredients or 3 lines that we worked with. It's an actual walk that Christian Ernst took with photographer Dirk-Jan Visser along the Liesbeek River. And in that walk, they take another companion, which is an imaginary one, which is Kolbe, the author of the book that was the start of this whole rethinking. Oh, I've lost track of my mouse. Where is it? Because I want to click on that. I want to click on the movie. Oops. Sorry, people. It's a bit. So the exhibition starts with, oops. With a look at the actual book as a physical object. So what does it look like? What does the paper sound? How big is it? So here you see Odin Esser, who is the curator of the UB Library and the special collection, flipping through the book so the audience can take can have a sort of a sense of what it actually is, this book as an object. And the way I want to go, oh, no, I need to do it there, yeah. This is just online and it's not navigating that easily. So basically how it works is that in 7 small chapters, we chose to just show images, apart from this introduction in blue, which you can enter via the images. So basically it's a long line, you can say a narrative, it's a walk along the river in 7 chapters, guided by some quotes that appear also in the long read. But the idea is that you click on the images, then you get captions, and sometimes the captions are very factual and sometimes they're more an interpretation of what you see. And you can always go to the long read, so you assess the story in language through the images. And the long read is also split up in 7 chapters and has a lot of quoting others. So there are a lot of voices present actually in this exhibition. It's not only Christian, it's not only the images of Dirk Jan, sorry. So we try to include as many voices as were possible. So you can read, and I think Christian did a pretty good job in taking us really along the river in the here and the now, but reflecting on lots of issues that happened in the past, but also in the now, and the consequences of things that happened in the past into the now. And that is the way, we like to sort of open up this idea of looking at in a new way through the eyes of an 18th century travel reporter in South Africa. And the images are positioned quite intuitively next to each other, so they make new combinations. And what for me, as a sort of visual storyteller was important is that these 2 perspectives, sort of the colonial perspective of the conquerors that came overseas, and the land perspective of the people who saw those conquerors coming, they are both very or equally present in the. Those 2 perspectives are very present in the way that the images are shown. And what I did to open up every chapter, I really liked the kind of dramatic titles Christian came up with, depossession and dehumanization, for instance. I used the well-known technique of collaging, which is of course something that is used a lot also in politics, because it's so easy to create new realities by just pasting existing realities on top of each other, and you can give it twist or a meaning to that new reality. So what I try to do is to combine Kolbe's world with Jan Dirk's world by just pasting it in a very clumsy, it's done very raw and not polished. I try to create this sort of new scene in which I'll go to, Here, for instance, you see the Khoi as being pictured by Kolbe in his travelogue. You see a golf player pasted onto them, so it looks like a 21st century golf player at ground zero, which is also quite a disputable area. It seems like he is playing golf with the Khoi at the same time. I think that's all I want to say about it. So it works. You look at the images, you are curious, you click on an image, you see a caption, and through the captions, you can access the long read that Christian Ernsten wrote. So for us, that was a sort of a new way to open up this quite complex story for you as an audience. So please visit the website. I think it's still on. Can you maybe mention, Christian, the website link or the address?
decolonialriverwalk.nl. And maybe as a sort of a parting issue, one of the things that we discussed a lot among each other and with students was obviously our own position, the makers of this project, the sort of the limitation of the problem that our sort of privileged position presented while facing these colonial collections. And in acknowledging that, we still hope that this exhibition can be sort of a starting point for a conversation about how to use these collections differently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, got it. All right. I've lived here a while, but I'm not that tall yet. So thanks for all those really great presentations, and kudos to the organizers for positioning them like that. It's lovely to sort of spot the threads that connect and the points of difference between all three. Shall I ask some questions first, Colin, and then we go to those on? I think we have about 10 minutes or so. I suppose I would really like to use the question that Christian and Eric posed as one of their starting points and sort of put it back onto the whole panel, really. And I'm going to sharpen up or accentuate some of the verbs a little bit. But you said, how can we revisit colonial collections through the lens of contemporary climate crisis? Well, I would posit that revisit might be a little soft, and we might need to, as in, how can we, basically, or to what extent should we dismantle, reconstitute, and reimagine, colonial collections through the lens of contemporary climate crisis? So can we put that question back to some of the others in the panel, like maybe Birgit? Could you pick up on that one, if you can hear? I'm just trusting that you're out there somewhere. Otherwise, I'm going to have to make you answer it yourselves. Or Linda or Lotte, if you can hear, you can always jump in. They're not there? Oh, there they are.
I think it's a very good question. And I think that Birgit's presentation showed a lot of the way that what we have to do is to be very self-conscious in the terms we use, in the categories we use. And then I think it's very important to leave a lot of space for people who live outside of Europe and the US, and let them do their own talk, do their own histories. Because there is still a tendency that it is European museums who like to tell the stories of the others.
Absolutely. And am I not going to get Birgit then? Is that? No, Birgit. Oh, well, maybe she can respond in the chat, perhaps. Birgit, tell us what you think. Colin will reenact you. Okay. But we can't hear you. No? Oh, no.
I don't know why you can't hear me.
Oh, now we can.
Can you?
Yeah. Did you hear the question that Christian and Eric were using as a kind of starting point for their project?
Yeah, if I sort of paraphrase, you sort of think revisiting is too timid, it's not good enough, and you want to think about how to reconstitute, how to reimagine collections more structurally. I think that's the right question, and that's the right approach. Sometimes, the way I used it as well, not revisiting, but in the study Hartmann's way of the critical fabulation, there's usefulness in going back to these collections in order to detect absences. So it's kind of interesting how we need to understand a bit more, I think, how collections are curated in natural history museums. And I think if once we understand that better, we can address absences. So in relation to that, the collections in the Natural History Museum are by evolutionary relations and then also by geographical areas. So and there's been recent research into the Anthropocene in relation to hotspots of biodiversity, where there are crisis moments of biodiversity. And so that, for starters, already showed that where there are current hotspots of biodiversity crisis doesn't map onto the actual collections of the museum itself. Because those very often, as I try to show, with the sort of historic collection of the Caribbean, is they were often opportunistic and related to trade routes and so on. And so we need to, I think this is a very specific point, but we can use that very well just to look at, and museums are doing that. So the mapping of biodiversity hotspots with the actual collections, which at the moment are not converging. So this is a very specific point. And then obviously museums are, I think of them as sort of social bodies. There's a lot of soft tissue around all of these collections. So in terms of staff, diversity, which needs addressing massively in museums. And I think with that should also come different working practices. So that means curating the collections, interpretations meaning temporary exhibitions, which can do a lot for museums in order to highlight pressing issues. Because if you have got galleries in a Natural History Museum, often a gallery has got about a 20-year lifespan. So you can see how you sort of can be out of sync with topics quite easily. And so you really need to rely on temporary exhibitions and display cases and showcases to really engage with current debates as well. And then there's still the struggle around getting diverse audiences into natural history museums. So this is sort of roughly what I would sort of say in response.
Yeah. Well, I think that what Christian and Eric have presented does provide a real nice example, doesn't it, of that kind of, a sort of a critical narrative that could be inserted into the spaces you're talking about. In this
fantastic
and I wonder
project.
I wonder if you could pick up on, because Eric was taking us through the process of collage, which he's using there, which he says it's messy. I thought it looked absolutely beautiful. But I wonder to what extent a sort of method like that can be used in a curatorial sense, in a more pointed manner in museums. Curators don't have that much at their disposal, but they do have juxtaposition, right? I mean, this is one move we can make, one tactic. Is that something that's useful? And what other things do you think curators should be doing more of in this with this issue? To you again, Birgit.
Yeah. Can I say? Yeah, I'd love to say something, because I think collage, or I would take this further into the term of montage, which then would also encompass moving image material. You can think of this further into exhibition display and making spatial juxtapositions. I think it's an amazing technique to set up arguments that we really need in order to look at different perspectives and to set up dialogues, but also to argue things out through montage. So I wouldn't call it collage, because I think this is, it would work very well for the project just now, and I think it's great, but I would even take it further to montage, to bring out these questions. I'm also thinking about project that was shown in the UK here, the Anthropocene project by filmmaker John Compra, for example, who works with 6 screen installations that are give a enveloping sense of being within a certain emulation of the natural environment, possibly, but also just to creating quite sharp arguments that often can work bringing contemporary material into dialogue and juxtaposition, like we've just seen in this really nice work. We also use walking. So I think, yes, I think montage is a fantastic technique for the Anthropocene.
Okay, let's take some questions from high-tech delivery service here from Colin. It's coming in. So, God, I'm feeling like a newsreader here. Okay, so Lina and Lotte mentioned most exhibitions were based in the West. Most exhibitions that dealt with the Anthropocene through their kind of keyword filter. Why is this the case? I assume this is a question back to Lina and Lotte. Is this just to do with your sample set, Lina and Lotte, or is this a kind of a bias more generally felt?
For material from all available sources, and what we found was these 41 exhibitions, and as Line mentioned earlier, only 4 of them were outside of Europe, US, or Australia. So we think it is a bias, and I guess we simply attribute it to lack of funds and the possibility that the Anthropocene is a very sort of it's a concept that is particularly interesting to art galleries and museums in the West because it provides a sort of conceptual playground, whereas maybe for people who live in countries which are really truly affected by the ecological crisis that come with the Anthropocene, they don't regard it as such, and they don't have the space and funds to actually address this issue.
Or maybe is it just that we have to be a bit more imaginative about our formats? And I'd love to turn over to Christian and Eric again here. You know, I know maybe online offers something of a possibility in this sense, but you've also done works like, you've also worked with formats like the walking seminar, for example. I wonder, can we have a walking museum? Can we consider the museum, the kind of bureaucracy and infrastructure of the museum as something lighter and more, something we can perhaps return to these sort of sites of discomfort that you mentioned? Start speaking and see. Yeah.
Does it work here?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I mean, personally, I would find it, I find it a great suggestion to have a walking museum, but obviously in these sort of colonial, or in relation to these colonial archives, these colonial collections and these colonial landscapes, also walking comes with its own...
Thanks, Mum. Yeah.
Also, walking comes with its histories of privilege, and I think as long as walking or whatever kind of embodied experience enables a different type of knowing, enables us to address who's doing the knowing, and is enabling sort of a reflexive attitude towards these Anthropocene issues or the colonial archives which are linked to that, then I think it's potential worthwhile.
Well, I suppose, well, here's another question, but I might sort of build it up to an even bigger one, a sort of elephant in the room type question. This one says, why have cultural and natural history museums failed to address the critical sides of the Anthropocene, where art museums and projects have been more successful? Well, have they? This question, I think so. But I suppose the question we probably are going to try and get to at some point today is, if we, you know, are we moving toward, is the post-Anthropocene museum still relevant? You know, the very structure of a museum, and will it be something more distributed, and which combines the efforts of art projects, cultural history, natural history, science, and all of our disciplines and all of our locations. So yeah, that's a big one for you, Christian and Eric, but you're standing right there, so in this imposing kind of tribunal, so have a go. Will we still need museums? I mean, is museum still the right kind of container for a post-Anthropocene world?
Well, museums are great places, of course, but as you can see, you can do a lot online. Podcasts are really popular right now, so the idea of, and that's also what walking is. When you walk, you move through time and place, but you also have conversations, and if you record these conversations and you publish them in a certain context, that could also be a perfect form to address these complicated issues. I mean, the museum as a sort of a classic passive or sort of solid institution, I think we're beyond that. We're sort of post-museum thinking, I guess.
It is a bit, isn't it? Because the reason we have relied on them so much as a kind of root point for a podcast, for a walk, for these other media, is that kind of authority and history and that kind of scholarship that we trust. But if that's something we're now questioning through the lens of the Anthropocene, then it sort of brings everything up for question, I suppose. That's what I'm wondering. Perhaps we should put that to all our speakers and then close. So maybe if we go back to Lina and Lotte, is this something you thought about when you were looking through this your exhibitions? Were you wondering at some point, how, does the museum still serve us?
Line, will you go first?
Go on.
Well, I think it was quite clear that museums have some challenges, and traditional and institutional and historical challenges with this topic. So that could be a reason for cancelling them in this regard. But at the same time, it's a well-established platform for this for these debates about our historical narrative and so on. So in a way, and I also think a lot about like audiences and distribution of content. We already have these institutions somehow as phenomena in our culture. So, well, I would be sad to totally cancel museums as platforms for these discussions, but it's also very clear that there are some built-in challenges for museums, especially with regards to this issue of the Anthropocene, and especially I think we found in natural history museums and in cultural history museum. At the same time, we looked at museums working with the Anthropocene as a topic, but we also see that museums work with related concepts a lot, like climate change and animal extinctions and stuff like that. So it's not that related topics are not, it's maybe more the keyword of the Anthropocene that is very troublesome for some of these institutions.
Yeah, well, no, I'm sure I personally feel they have lots, more to offer, like you say, as offering platforms for debate, as long as the people like you are doing things like going out to find out what people's relationship with their plants are in their back gardens, because that's what connects it, right, to a community. And if we can do that at a broader scale, then maybe something will be moving. Should we give the last word, though, to Birgit? If you are still around? Yeah.
No, we can't work.
No.
The answer is no. I mean, we can't work with the Natural History Museum as it is. There are many reasons they are not fit for purpose. However, there is the evidence. There are centuries of collections in these places. and they reflect a European modernity. So they help us also to think through who white Europeans are and how we can challenge that view of the world that we have lived with for last 500, 600 years and more possibly, if we think with the Anthropocene and questions of agriculture and so on and so forth. So they're good. The museums should be tools to help us think, and I think we need to be we need to work with the discussions which are very political in museums which are going on, and I think that's why museums, natural history museums, feel intimidated because they are, as the previous speaker made the point as well around coloniality, like questions of restitution and repatriation going on. There are colonial contexts in the colonial context of museums, and this is all what they grapple with, and that connects, as we know, to the Anthropocene. So if we want to, we need to help the museum, and I think we need to also do that by provoking them through external projects. I think that's really is quite key, that we don't just look to the Natural History Museum as the only authority over the natural world. That's, I think, it's obvious.
Okay, brilliant. Well, we will take up that provocation or that challenge to provoke wholeheartedly, and we will spend the rest of the day developing other tactics. So with that, thanks very much to all our speakers in this first panel. It was really illuminating, and see you around for the rest of the day. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to say we're going to have a 10-minute break now, just to get the next panel set up. As you can see, it's quite technologically complex. So we'll get the next panel set up, and then we'll start at about 10 to 2 Dutch time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alice, especially for chairing. Brilliant.
in particular, on the one hand, but then on the other hand, emergent critical practices. And that's what I felt like our conversation was concluding on, is modes of thinking criticality that are embodied, that are alert to colonial histories and duress, but also situated in the present and situated in concrete landscapes. I want to think about these two things, and so I'm going to ask questions about that. But without further ado, because I believe we're quite over time already, I'll introduce the first of our, I believe, 4 speakers for this panel, which doesn't have a title, but maybe we can invent one by the end. So Bergsveien Thorsen at the University of Oslo is a postdoctoral fellow affiliated with the Co-Futures Pathways to Possible Presence project. He holds a doctoral degree in museology from the same university, where he examined the Anthropocene as an assemblage of diverse material and discursive components in museums. He was the organizer for an international workshop in 2019 for the Curating Climate Collaboratory, and edited a special issue published in the Journal of Nordic Museology on curating climate. Currently, he explores the influences of future imaginaries on cultural institutions and the potential proliferation of speculative thinking to promote just and sustainable futures. So without further ado, welcome, Bergsveien.
Thank you. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I hope you can hear me. So, my presentation today is based on my doctoral thesis, where I examined how museums assemble the Anthropocene in attempts to engage with environmental concerns and the planetary impact of human activity. I found that the Anthropocene takes particular forms in museums, and I will briefly discuss 2 exhibitions to show how the Anthropocene is actively arranged in situated and material semiotic forms in a museum of science and technology and a museum of natural history. So I think it fits quite well with the discussion in the previous panel. Then I will move to highlight 3 elements that have been presented by museums as potentials embedded in the concept. However, I will argue that there are problems that exist simultaneously in these potentials that is important for museums to attend to if they are to engage with the Anthropocene as a framework in their work. While these 2 exhibitions drew from the discursive debate on the Anthropocene, I want to show that the specificities of museum work have a much bigger impact on the way the concept is assembled or presented in these exhibitions. And in order to understand the concept in museums, we need to sort of think about these museum processes. So next slide, please. The first exhibition I'm going to talk about is the Welcome to the Anthropocene, the Earth in Our Hands exhibition that was at the Deutsches Museum in Munich, Germany. It opened in 2014 and was open for 2 years. It was presented as the first large-scale museum exhibition on the topic. It was made through a collaboration between the Deutsches Museum and the Rachel Carson Center for Environment and Society. The exhibition presented different approaches to the concept. One of those sort of materializations was a wall of Anthropocenic objects where the steam engine was in the middle of the wall, serving as the point of origin in a particular history of the Anthropocene. This history was drawn from the earliest postulations of Crutzen and Sturmer about the invention of the steam engine being a potential starting point for this geological epoch. The wall presented objects from the museum's collection, but at the same time challenged the traditional narratives these objects belonged to, where the technological, where they were kind of like thought of as technological inventions, originally collected because they represented human ingenuity, but here they serve as a milestone in a history of environmental destruction. So next slide, please. Beyond the wall, you entered a different space where the curators kind of used spatial exploration as a representational strategy. Visitors were invited to walk around and examine, in no particular order, 6 platforms with 6 different themes of the Anthropocene. This display made full use of the exploratory element of the concept, the novelty of exploring human-environment relationships, positioning the visitors smack in the middle of the Anthropocene, where different temporalities, scales, objects, and ideas come together. Here you had a wide collection of objects, displays, artworks, installations that told stories about this geological epochs we find ourselves in, or at least, unofficially. Next slide. So the second exhibition is the We Are Nature, Living in the Anthropocene, an exhibition that was on display at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the US. It opened in 2017, and was open for about a year. And they presented it as the first Anthropocene exhibition in North America of this scale. It's very similar to what the Deutsches Museum did. Based in natural sciences, the museum explored the interconnectedness of nature and culture, drew together research that took place inside the museum, whether it was on climate change or human impact. But what the museum had within its walls was also supplemented through partnerships from outside the museum, like this taxidermy biosteel goat called Freckles, which is part of the Center for Post-Natural History, an artist-run museum/center in Pittsburgh. Next slide. Similar to the Deutsches Museum, this exhibition started with a short introduction to the concept, where you could find a sample of the plastic glomerate as sort of the potential geological marker for the epoch. But then it quickly moved on to the exploratory approach, bringing together a wide array of objects organized through themes, creating connotations to research taking place in the museum, but also, concerns and ideas from outside. The way the concept was presented really doesn't have a lot to do with geology. It's more like an ecology of the Anthropocene, the coexistence of many different elements, many different ways of many different ways human activity has had an impact on the environment through the intentional alterations of organisms, biodiversity loss, climate change, climate refugees, and the accumulation of trash. Again, there are similarities between the two exhibitions, but they come from different sources, if you could say. So one is, from the history of science and technology, and the other is sort of natural history. And, this has a big influence on, the selection of objects, emphasis on topics, and, what types of research and knowledge is highlighted. The exhibition at the Deutsches Museum was part of an Anthropocene project that was run by the Rachel Carson Center that has now ended. The Carnegie Museum has established a scientific section within its museum on Anthropocene studies and continues to work with the concept. So it is an ongoing arrangement of this framework that is continuously changing. And these two examples I've talked about are exhibitions that are have ended. One ended 5 years ago and the other 3 years ago. So of course the Anthropocene as an assemblage or something that is put together with drawing from different types of expertise or disciplines with multiple objects from different directions continues to take different forms and is continuously changing. Next slide, please. So from that, I want to kind of just quickly go through three sort of overlapping and interconnected elements that I found through my research that have been sort of presented as these potentials embedded in the Anthropocene as a framework. And I want to kind of look at these potentials and also kind of, draw forth sort of problems that are associated with these potentials. First is the novelty. Both these exhibitions were kind of like presented as, the first of its kind. And this connects sort of to this, to museums' ongoing quest of relevance, to be on top of the latest thoughts and concerns in society, academia, or the cultural sector. But of course, you have to kind of like ask the question, I mean, what is so novel about this concept? And I think this is, what has been discussed in the panel before. It's not like human environment relations haven't been deliberated before. And how the concept is deeply embedded in colonial and extractive legacies. And I think the emphasis on novelty kind of hides that, from where the concept comes from. Flexibility, in a way, is kind of like a novel thing as well, where the concept presents the potential of exploring new partnerships, exploring connections, and working together with other institutions or artists. But I think the flexibility also kind of covers the problems that have to do with constraints of the museums themselves, their own histories, and sort of the practices that have been sort of established in these institutions. And I think, for example, these two examples I talked about, neither of the museums really engaged in a reflection on their own kind of like role as institutions in sort of, what did they do to amplify the Anthropocene, or what are their place in these histories of the Anthropocene. And totality is of course connected to flexibility, and this potential to explore all the relations or connections under this big umbrella of a concept. But I wonder, like, what's the point? If everything goes, is the Anthropocene potentially everything, the whole planet, all living, non-living things? The former director of the Carnegie Museum of Natural History saw the concept as a way to think cohesively about the multifarious impact of human activity. And I wonder, sort of, how can you position yourself in that sort of like big sphere? Next slide, please. So I wanted to just finish with some, thoughts about, the problems of embracing complexity. I think maybe for post-Anthropocene museologies, we should stop trying to come up with, bigger concepts, that kind of, these things that kind of attempt to cover everything, and rather start small. Next slide. So maybe drawing from, the specificities of these museums, maybe that's where we could start. Situating these institutions within this large, complex constellations of the Anthropocene or climate change, or and kind of build from there, instead of trying to kind of grasp everything at once. That there are so many potentials, of course, but maybe starting by situating yourself, then you can start sort of exploring and making connections, instead of starting from afar. You should sort of start smack in the middle. Yes, thank you.
Hesitant but supportive applause. Thank you for that. I'm going to just I'm going to refrain from asking an extensive question because we'll have time later, hopefully. But I just want to note one thing. I'm excited to hear you sort of unpack a little bit is this final point about specificity and situatedness. I'm really eager to hear Deepesh's comments later today in the keynote. But one thing I heard you narrating across the arc of your talk or your comments was the difficulty of staging an encounter with a concept like the Anthropocene when it's periodized as yet another thematic that adds on to what came before it, such as globalization, for instance. And this is exactly, I think, the historiographical challenge that Deepesh so famously mapped out in the 2009 article, Climate of History. And I think the turn to situatedness is a really promising way to continue that conversation. And I imagine the rest of our panelists on this panel will also have some things to say about that. So if you don't mind, we can come back to that. Our next speaker, and please correct me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, is Zofia Traffas-White, who is a curator at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Since 2016, she's been a curator on V&A East, a major two-site project creating a new museum and collection and research center in Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park in London. Trained as an art and design historian, she has a background in exhibition making and contemporary commissioning, and a research specialism in 20th century and contemporary architecture, design, built environment engineering, and biomimicry. Her current research project explores environmental perspectives on design history and design and science crossover practices. She's the founder and co-chair of the V&A Anthropocene Reading Group. A warm welcome to Zofia.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Can you all see my slides okay and hear me good? Wonderful. Great. Well, such a fascinating series of conversations and questions raised so far, and I'm really very pleased to kind of contribute to today's discussions by sharing a series of reflections on how the Anthropocene has informed practice at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and in particular, the curatorial agenda of V&A East, which, as was just introduced, is a major two-site project creating a new museum and new open access collection storehouse in Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park in Stratford, East London. At the heart of this project is a mission, a very important mission of revolutionizing access to the V&A collection and championing the power of creativity for the 21st century. So just next slide, please. Our project is still in the making. You see here two renders of our two sites that are due to open in 2024 and 2025 respectively. And the work I'll be sharing today speaks to a multi-year research and museum practice agenda that continues to evolve. So importantly, these are reflections from experiments and live practice. And I hope will be an important starting point for many conversations later on in our panel. I'll be speaking to areas of research that I've been spearheading in my role as curator on the project since 2016, as well as that of my wider, brilliant curatorial team, and a wider activity of group of staff across the museum passionate about these issues, and external researchers and visiting fellows who have been contributing to V&A East work over the years. In the context of V&A East, the Anthropocene, and crucially, its critical examination, has been a lens in a number of ways. It's been a lens shaping curatorial practice in terms of research into the V&A's collection, display curation, our collecting strategy, audience engagement, and thinking about programming. It has also been a driver for a number of dedicated research projects. Crucially, it has also underscored fundamental aspects of the vision and mission of this wider project, of how a new institution such as V&A East can serve our publics in new ways, reach and empower new audiences, and help foster new forms of planetary care in these urgent times of climate crisis. And I should add that this is an institutional mission that now sits in the context of a recently launched institution-wide V&A sustainability plan. I'd like to begin with a few reflections on context, which already came up in earlier conversations and also Colin's introductory remarks. And I think it's hugely important for our conversations today in thinking about the practice and indeed the responsibility of museums when dealing with the complex topic of the Anthropocene itself. Thinking about how we engage with the concept, why it's important we do so, and really crucially, For whom are we doing this work? If I can have the next slide, please. So first, on the matter of context, as Colin mentioned at the start, there is the very important fact that many of our public museum institutions are inextricably bound up in the histories of the Anthropocene itself, and in particular, histories of the Industrial Revolution and troubled histories of colonialism and imperialism. And the V&A here, for those of you who might not know our collections that well, is no exception. In more ways than one, the V&A, I'd say, is a museum of the Anthropocene. As an institution founded in the mid-19th century, with its original collection linked to the Great Exhibition of 1851, we were formed in a time of empire and a time of optimistic belief in the power of industry, a point in history on the trajectory of the great acceleration that we now, of course, know has had devastating consequences for our planet and is at the root of many injustices of environmental challenges that communities around the world face. We are also an institution focused on the human activity of design and making. And design is also in many ways a culprit in the Anthropocene, complicit in narratives of progress, techno-optimism, extraction, consumption, and waste. Next slide, please. A final kind of note on context for our work is that the V&A collection, with over 2.3 million objects and counting, spanning art, design, and performance, and 5,000 years of human history, is a repository of many Anthropocene histories. Viewed through an environmental lens, every object in our collection can tell you a story of our relationship with the planet. A story of extraction, a story of lost forests, a story of waste, stories of colonial trade, and many, many stories of how Western societies have constructed the idea of nature itself. In other cases, more positively, one can find among our collection objects speaking to histories of caring and respectful relationships with our natural world, stories of craft and sustainability, stories of stewardship, or ones of the powerful emotional and spiritual connections to the living, more than human world, objects speaking to our powerful entanglement with the earth. And there are also, of course, many contemporary artifacts speaking to urgent responses to the present ecological crisis. And on the screen here, you see a snapshot from this V&A East collection survey that continues. Alive to this institutional history and plurality of our collection, our engagement with the Anthropocene concept has been a critical one, alert to its complexities, and one not bound to its definition in the realm of science. Rather, one can say that it has been an engagement with the cultural debate around the Anthropocene itself. And in doing this, our approach has also sought to tune into the cross-disciplinary nature of this debate. Harking back to the founding mission of the V&A and what was originally a very cross-disciplinary collection, our research has been committed to combining the arts, sciences, social sciences, and humanities in our thinking. In this work, the Anthropocene has been a lens through which to ask questions, like how can the V&A collection be a starting point for new conversations around the Anthropocene? How, in the context of a new museum and new open access storehouse, can we make this a new way of how we serve our publics? How can we serve as a museum that is meaningfully attuned to topical issues? How can we foster empowerment, radical hope? And how can, very importantly, the V&A collection serve as a source book, not just for a study of the past, but also for thinking about the future of making and creative practice? And how an Anthropocene lens might inspire new thinking about the agendas and ethical responsibilities of design practice today. Agendas of planetary limits, regenerative practice, and intersectional climate justice. Next slide, please. So mindful of this, thank you. So with this big picture in mind of our institutional history and the context and agendas of our curatorial research, I want to add that the V&A's project also has a very important mission, not only to think about how our museum can proactively respond and speak to the challenges of the climate crisis faced today, but also importantly, to ensure an equity of engagement in these conversations. Our two sites, based in East London, will reach new and diverse audiences from the surrounding Olympic boroughs. And we are very excited to be creating a branch of the V&A in this unique part of London, as it is the youngest and most diverse part of the UK, and sits alongside a thriving community of creatives based in this part of the city. And there will also be a number of other institutional partners moving here with us as part of the East Bank project. We've been engaged in an audience consultation for many years now as part of this project, and our research has consistently shown that critical examination of Anthropocene topics, from climate justice to wider agendas of sustainable practice, are of vital importance to our audience. So with this context in mind, the V&A's curatorial agenda has been evolving through a number of initiatives and key projects as we support the research and planning for the programs and displays in our new sites. Next slide, please. Critically exploring the theme of the Anthropocene in our curatorial research has been on the cards for us since 2017, so many years now. In 2019, I co-founded the V&A Anthropocene Reading Group, which is a cross-departmental staff forum dedicated to critical thinking and research exchange. And put simply, at its heart, is about reading theoretical discourse and debate around the Anthropocene together. This group is now co-chaired with my two colleagues, Sarah Kassam, who's V&A Sustainability Lead, and Marta Aymar, who heads up our postgraduate program at the V&A. We run a bi-monthly staff events program, host external guest speakers, and publish our activities on the V&A East blog. Above all, we're a community committed to experimental thinking, operating as a space bringing together colleagues from diverse parts of the museum, from curatorial to conservation and visitor experience. And it really is about testing new ideas together and acknowledging that there's a lot we need to learn. Our inaugural year explored how the concepts and theoretical frameworks of the Anthropocene can relate to museum practice at the V&A, from environmental perspectives on V&A collections and museum conservation, to new agendas for programming, to thought experiments around how we might structure non-human-centered interpretation narratives in a gallery. And broadly, we've also many times come to the civic role of museums. More recently, building on this work, in 2021, we've turned our attention to the theme of rethinking systems, exploring critical and propositional practice that is shifting the landscape of debate and action in response to the realities of the Anthropocene, looking at economics to debates around biomimicry and applying this to our thinking and how we curate design. We've been grateful to many contributions from external speakers so far who have been bringing very provocative new perspectives to us as staff at the V&A, and very importantly, helping us challenge and expand our thinking. Next slide, please. Our collection research also continues through a number of specific projects and initiatives, notably in collaboration with the V&A Research Institute, VARI. My V&A East curatorial team regularly hosts cross-disciplinary specialists to support our ongoing research into the collection with an environmental lens, and contribute to the development of new cross-disciplinary curatorial methodologies. And we're very pleased to have hosted a number of researchers already, from placements from King's College London and Wellcome Trust Secondment Fellows, who've really brought a completely different disciplinary lens of studying our objects. This V&A East survey of the collection continues, and we're continuing to test how our collection can serve as a sourcebook for a critical investigation of Anthropocene topics, really testing new ways of reading our objects. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, our work now is deciding on the content and displays of our new two spaces in the V&A East sites, which will be actively using the V&A collection to explore perspectives on planetary limits, regenerative practice, and climate justice, as well as exploring important themes of our broader emotional bond with the natural world. The V&A East Museum Collection Galleries, at the heart of the new museum, will take a thematic and transhistorical approach to explore attitudes and agendas for the 21st century, with a focus on topical themes, from climate crisis to social justice and health and well-being, drawing on case studies from global makers, past and present, and really a global range of artifacts. A rolling responsive gallery events program will then serve to spark new conversations with and around our conversation in the collections that we will display in the gallery space. And next slide, please. Beyond research into the existing collection, our critical thinking about the Anthropocene is also shaping our thinking about how we strategically collect and what we want to showcase in our new museum. And our work here has really been reflecting on how we diversify the V&A collection with new acquisitions from global practitioners that respond to climate crisis challenges, and critically unpack Anthropocene legacies. In our strategic collecting activity, we're committed to many areas, but key ones are Indigenous practice and the importance of championing traditional ecological knowledge and challenging dominant definitions of design and technology. We're interested in platforming practices committed to circularity and degrowth in line with planetary limits, and looking at practitioners who are committed voices to causes for climate justice around the world. And finally, just a snapshot of what's also happening now on the next slide, please. Before we open, we're also disseminating our research and testing our program ideas. We've already begun doing projects with local young people and East London communities of interest on sustainability themes. There's some initiatives that have already happened with East Education, among others, and there's more to come. Myself and members of the V&A's curatorial team are also testing some ideas via public programs in our current main museum in V&A South Kensington. We've been lucky to test some of our collection research through Anthropocene-themed tours of the V&A collection during our Friday Lates program that have really taken visitors on a walking journey of unpacking the hidden histories behind our objects. And our V&A East blog continues to publish various areas of our collection research on sustainability and Anthropocene themes. I'll wrap up here for now, I think, but just to say that our work continues, and I very much look forward to conversations today and thinking further about how our practice and projects can evolve. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room very, very excited to see what becomes of these new projects, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to learn about them. One thing I'm starting to notice across a lot of the talks today is this troubled but also promising relationship between sort of 3 points of a triangle that I'm thinking with, which is what you called here equity of engagement, but I understand you to be suggesting a much broader understanding of equity there, not just about not about inclusivity in terms of the communities gathered to the museum, but also an equity of epistemic standpoints on the one hand, and then reading group and the sort of the collective literacy formation that you noted was an important part of how the curatorial team was reapproaching or revisiting or rethinking the nature of your collections and the objects, and then the objects themselves as the third point on the triangle, which is to say, how these particular objects focalize histories and worlds and how they might do so otherwise. So I would be excited to hear you talk about that in the Q&A afterwards, if that's interesting to you. Third of our 4 panelists for this particular panel is Giulia Bellinetti in person. Giulia is a PhD candidate at the Amsterdam School of Cultural Analysis. I should have said on site. You're all in person. I realize you're all persons. Her research project, so PhD candidate at the Amsterdam School for Cultural Analysis at the University of Amsterdam. Her research project investigates the epistemic function of art institutions in the age of ecological emergency in relation to knowledge, interdisciplinary collaboration, and environmental concept work. Giulia is also head of the Nature Research Department at the Jan van Eyck Academy in Maastricht, where she promotes and supports theoretical and material research on arts, design, and their planetary entanglements. Previously, Giulia was head of the production department at MHKA, Museum of Contemporary Art in Antwerp. Welcome, Giulia.
Thank you, Jeff, for the introduction. Yeah. Hello, everybody. In the following presentation, I will address the nexus of knowledge and the Anthropocene and look at its implication in the context of museums. I sent a visual, which is, okay, great, thank you. I will argue that climate change entails challenges both for the human cognitive apparatus as well as for the human sensorium, and that producing knowledge in these terminal times requires to move beyond the gap between the analytic and the sensorial, the cognitive and the affective. Using compost as an heuristics, I will try to speculate on the ways museum can contribute to more inclusive epistemic practices, able to account for the material, conceptual, and aesthetic dimensions of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene presents very peculiar challenges to the human cognitive apparatus. Human agency has become a geological force. Its impact has entered in the orbital terrestrial cycles and is entangled with non-human timescales. The last IPCC report, published in August, offers additional evidence of this, reconfirming that vegetation change, warming of deep oceans, changes in the ice shields, and other planetary feedback loops will continue for hundreds of thousands of years after human emissions are decreased and planetary temperatures is stabilized. Humans are a species among many, and today's human actions have an impact on timescales which go beyond our imagination. In this regard, Dipesh Chakrabarty argues that deep time and species thinking are cognitive dissonances of the age of climate change, which, quote, escape our capacity to experience the world, end quote. The cognitive challenges set by the Anthropocene do not come only from the macroscopic scale of geological time. They relate also to the human incapability to grasp at the smaller and situated manifestations of climate change, which are gradually reshaping planetary landscapes. A specific manifestation of this peculiar incapability has been defined shifting baseline syndrome. This syndrome describes the intergenerational process of adaptation of the human sensorium to the disappearance of species, to the effects of contamination, and to other signs of degradation of natural habitats. As humans reshape the planet, the experience of the environment of one generation fails to be transmitted to the next one. It's a process of ecological oblivion, in which newly shaped landscapes, ruined by pollution or radioactive contamination, become the new reality of younger generations. The shifting baseline syndrome demonstrates that climate change modifies human perception of environmental phenomena, both on a cognitive and on a sensorial level. If we imagine walking in a forest, for instance, which has undergone years of anthropogenic deforestation, the baseline, which shifts in our experience, does not only concern the lower amount of vegetal and animal species, but also our sensorial perception of the air humidity and the effort of our eyes to adapt to the darker light conditions in the middle of the forest. The Anthropocene builds into the human sensorium, and it continuously renormalizes our senses to the slow violence of species extinction, radioactive contamination, and infrastructure-driven landscape degradation. In this sense, I argue, it is possible to affirm that the Anthropocene has an aesthetic dimension. Considering the aesthetic dimension of climate change is important in order to reflect on what Ian Bochum defines, quote, an impasse of non-reflexivity and non-feeling, end quote, in relation to the ecological breakdown. If overcoming the cognitive dissonances of climate change is arduous, feeling the ecological catastrophe poses an even harder challenge. The gap between the analytical and the sensorial in the way we understand climate change not only prevents an effective response which could lead to mass mobilization, but it also blocks the possibility to articulate more inclusive modes of knowing, which can account for the multi-layered stories of the Anthropocene landscapes. Climate change requires to work through epistemic monocultures and to pursue disciplinary symbiosis, which allows to move beyond the compartmentalization of knowledge instituted by modern Western epistemology. The last decades have witnessed an increased level of generative disciplinary intimacy, which started with the convergence of literary studies, political economy, and sociology into post-colonial studies and into gender and sexuality studies. More recent examples of increasing disciplinary proximities are offered by eco-criticism, object-oriented ontology, and post-humanism, which emerged from the influence of material sciences on the already interdisciplinary humanities. Creating knowledge in times of climate change demands to adopt multifocal and diffractive perspectives, able to notice the manifold and extended effects of environmental degradation. If humans aim to gain an understanding of the complexity of the Anthropocene, They need to seek new hybrid modes of knowing and work across the debilitating divide of the cognitive and the affective, the verbal and the nonverbal, the analytical and the sensorial. Now, I will move to discuss the production of knowledge in museums and try to imagine how this consideration might apply to this context. Museums are institutions which contribute to the shaping of knowledge, and by doing so, they promote and vehiculate certain understandings of the world. Processes of knowledge production in museums happen primarily through the organization of objects and information. By elevating a thing to the position of object or artifact, the expository agent of the museum, normally understood as the curator, but there might be many others, manipulates the multiple stories, narratives, and identities borne by that object. Some of these stories are revealed, others are hidden or neglected. One of the ways meanings are constructed during the museum experience is through the dynamic friction between the process of denotation, which relates to the primary meaning of the semantic object, and the process of connotation, related to the feelings and ideas semantic objects implicitly triggers beyond their primary meanings. This dynamic friction happens in a field of relationality between the exhibited objects, the expository agent, and the visitors. But word-making practices in museums are not enacted only in the exhibition spaces. Narratives and vision of the world are constructed and vehiculated also through museums' architecture and spatial organization, in governance models, in the financial partnership, in the daily material choices, and in the labor conditions of museums' employees. In these perspectives, it is possible to understand the white cube aesthetics and landmark architecture in contemporary museums as the expression of a worldview which celebrates ideas of autonomy, growth, and individual exceptionalisms, ideas which strongly resonate with some of the conceptual motives of the Anthropocene. So, how could climate change affect the way museums relate to knowledge? In a speculative effort to answer this question, I will employ compost as an heuristic to investigate the possibilities of new museum knowledge approaches to the Anthropocene. Compost is a natural decomposition process of organic solid matter. The process involves multi-species community of microbial and invertebrate fauna, fungi and earthworms, plant materials and animal manure, as well as inorganic elements such as oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, water, and other minerals. Through the interaction of all these actants, dying organic matter is chemically broken down into primary materials and transformed into nutrients to benefit new vegetal life cycles. Compost is a generative heuristic to think about many different modern human assemblage. In this context, I will consider 3 implications of this trope in the context of museums. The first implication concerns timescales. The natural processes of compost are recalcitrant to the accelerated temporalities of human production, as Maria Puig de la Bella Casa explained. Thinking about compost time within the context of museums draws the attention to the different temporalities coexisting in these institutions. I am thinking, for instance, to the ordinary time of maintenance and cleaning routines, to the eventful temporality of the public programs, to the regenerative time of the constituent museums, museums which put relationship in the center of their practices, and to the efficiency-oriented temporalities of exhibition-making practices. Thinking about the timescale of compost could be an invitation for museums to rethink the relation between these different and coexisting temporalities. Rebalancing timescale in relation to research and curatorial practices, for instance, would create the time to engage in truly transdisciplinary collaborations and to adopt inclusive research practices, as we have been just seen, which could allow the emergence of silenced voices and overlooked narratives. But rebalancing museum temporalities means also making care time for the human and the non-human components of the institutional ecology. This would have implications in terms of institutional approaches to environmental sustainability, as well as to the psychosocial well-being of cultural workers. Making care time in the museum context is a word-making practice insofar as it connects the local scale of the institutional infrastructure to the broader global concern of the Anthropocenes. Secondly, The multi-species community of compost invites to look at the museum as an assemblage of humans and non-humans. Such understanding of the institution could contribute to critically rethink dichotomies such as subject-object and nature-culture, and to promote museologies which are mindful of the entanglements of cultural institutions with the Anthropocene, and embrace this acknowledgement in responsible museum practices. On an epistemic level, this means to explore the generative potential of transdisciplinarity, of working across the divide between the arts, the humanities, the natural sciences, and vernacular forms of knowledge. It could encourage epistemic methods grounded in the space where the aesthetic experience of the arts encounters the facticity of the science, the critical conceptual approach of the humanities, and ancestral knowledges rooted in local communities. Thanks to the aesthetic experience enacted in museums, transdisciplinarity within these institutions could substantially contribute to the epistemic intimacy between the sensorial and the cognitive, and so offer better accounts for the material, the conceptual, and the aesthetic dimension of climate change. Finally, I will conclude with a reflection on the predominant position of the visual in processes of knowledge production. Epistemic practices, mainly centered on the visual, might fail to account for the many more than human stories which excuse the scale of human visibility. Look, for instance, at the moving image of compost. Wouldn't you gain a better understanding of the processes happening in this multi-species assemblage if you were able to delve your hands into the ground or smell the humidity of the dirt? Museums have contributed to the creation of a hierarchy among the senses, in which the visual has a privileged position in the modes of knowing. In times of climate change, an increasing number of artistic as well as scientific practices are engaging with alternative sensorial possibilities in the processes of knowledge production and representation. How could museums engage with multisensorial approaches to research hidden narratives in their collections and narratives? How could multisensoriality become a museological approach aimed not only to support accessibility programs, which are certainly important, but also aimed to gain a better understanding of the multi-layered entanglements of the Anthropocene? Thank you very much. Yes, it's moving. Could you see it? No, it's very cool. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Julia. I wanted to comment on that as well, because at first I thought it was a still image, and then I was thinking, I immediately thought of the Rauschenberg, famous Rauschenberg, 1950s dirt painting. And then as you were talking about form and the dominance or hegemony of the visual, I was like, I think that's moving. And then I think I saw a bug. And then you started talking about this multisensorial. So I would love to hear you talk about that later and think a bit about, I mean, as a heuristic, I think the compost is really promising, of course, in terms of the ways that it gathers concepts of pragmatic care in the institutional ecology. Now I'm thinking about how, what that approach, or your approach at the Jan van Eyck, centralizing compost as a heuristic, but also as a material practice, what becomes of form? I want to know what becomes of form, and the dominance of form in the museum. If it's an implicit critique of form as the site where the semiotic, the connotative, and the denotative coalesce. If you want to move beyond that, because that's typically how it's understood, I think, in semiotics. Anyways, this is not a supervisory meeting, so. Last but not least, Walter Lawanda, who I believe is going to provide some comments and also show us a short film, is a postdoctoral researcher at the Laboratory of Studies in Theory, Historicity, and Aesthetics of the Federal University of the State of Rio de Janeiro, where he develops research on the onto-epistemological and narrative impacts of discussions on the Anthropocene in the field of theory of the history and history of historiography. A faculty member of the Institute of Human Sciences and Letters and of the postgraduate program in Iberian History at the Federal University of Alfenas. Walter is PhD in history from the University of Campinas with a period of, I don't know what this means, I can't wait to find out, quote, sandwich doctorate, unquote, at the University of Massachusetts in Dartmouth. Welcome.
Thank you. That's a collaborative period in another institution outside Brazil. So thank you very much for having me and for the brilliant previous presentations. I would like to reflect on some ways we can relate museums to the Anthropocene discussion before presenting the Existences Museum Project video. And I'm sorry if I repeat some arguments presented here before today. In the first place, we can look at the history of the museums and demonstrate that they played an important role in sedimenting the modern or Western worldview and therefore its planetary effects. While historians cast light on the subjects of a supposed inevitable modernization process, museums labeled lot of vibrant matters and beings as nature, that is, passive objects to be used for the sake of the nations. An important part of the Anthropocene literature from the point of view of the humanities stresses the intimate relationship between this ontoepistemology and the accelerated anthropization of the critical planetary zone in which we live. So we can easily see that museums, as well as historiography, heritage policies, and so on, worked as dispositives that aimed to make the Earth available to history and to so-called modernization process. Museums also can tell a story from the point of view of the Earth system sciences. These sciences depart from a naturalist worldview, to which humanity is a whole entity set aside from nature, even if the Earth's physics, biology, and humanity are connected to each other in different and complex ways. They focus on a global fact depicted from a large mass of data that allows us to tell a very ancient history of natural disturbances, which can be compared to the unprecedented global changes of the last 20 years. They teach us that there is a humanity at risk, and that the only way to avoid the path to our extinction is by listening to science. But the needed dialogue between scientists and policymakers isn't immediately possible, since there is a political epistemology divide between their worlds. Museums could act exactly here, making available new political assemblages from new practices of knowledge. However, there are other complexities that museums could also help to translate. If we can't disagree with the Earth system science models, there is a lot of criticism related to their prescriptions. For example, if the richest 1% were responsible for the 15% of emissions, nearly twice as much as the world's poorest 50%, there are different messages to be transmitted. The story to be understood is one of inequalities which doesn't necessarily coincide with the Earth system science Anthropocene periodization. Everyone can act against the complex causes of the global change, but it doesn't make sense to urge vulnerable populations of the world to stop their emissions once they already are below the per capita emissions limit. So it's clear that museums should consider who they want to dialogue with when telling their stories about the Anthropocene. Beyond that, museums were conceived to last forever, mirroring the nations that they represented, but climate change is making it more and more costly to keep their very fabrics intact. Of course, the existent spaces can house different and even subversive narratives, escaping from official discourses and prescribed directions. But in practice, it's very difficult, at least in Brazil, for people directly impacted by global change to reach out to these monumental museums, since they live in rural communities or peripheries sometimes distant from greater centers where museums are normally located. It leads to another problem that still needs to be considered. Here we are talking about the Anthropocene from just one ontological background, but we actually live in a clear reverse. The scientific and museum language can be incomprehensible and even offensive to people who have been very empirically resisting to the end of their worlds since the beginning of the European colonial invasions. In doing that, They know the destructive potential of the mercantilist or extractive ontology of white people long before the emergence of the earth system sciences in the 1980s. These histories of resistance have kept alive diverse cosmological heritages adapted to a large repertoire of capitalist forms of expropriation. They have been told in spaces that are different from museums, but they are very effective in creating more than human affections, which are crucial to protect landscapes against destructive anthropization. The word existences is a neologism produced from the junction of the nouns resistances and existences. Here we tried to translate the idea proposed by the Brazilian anthropologist Eduardo Viveiros de Castro concerning the specificities of cosmologies which emerged in response to colonial violence. As such, these communitarian cosmoperceptions are much better equipped to survive in these times of the endings. We are also inspired by Ailton Krenac's thought-provoking essay, Ideas for Postponing the End of the World, who teaches us, as well as Schopenhauer and other indigenous philosophers, that the art of dreaming can be a collective and transtemporal institution through which its correlate art, the well-living, or bem viver, can become possible. In the following video, we try to present the main ideas of a museum which could be a space of encounters. Maybe these spaces can produce a new form of knowledge, in which we can connect to the dreams that have been cultivated by people and their ancestors when resisting the appropriation of their landscapes and bodies over more than 5 centuries of colonial extractivism. So now I would ask the organizers to play the video we co-produced with 3 Brazilian rural communities for the Reimagining Museum for Climate Action exhibition, and then I will immediately pass the floor for the organizers to continue the session. Thank you very much.
Os grandes museus foram pensados para durar para sempre. No entanto, além disso representar uma enorme pegada ecológica, isso não nos ajuda a entender que tipo de relação nós precisamos manter com o mundo material em tempos de aquecimento global.
Na verdade, esse período que nós estamos vivendo, pós-modernidade, tem nos colocado realmente outras formas de museu, como por exemplo os ecomuseus, né, ao longo do século XX, e também os próprios museus virtuais, que são os museus que só existem no espaço cibernético.
Os museus tradicionais também costumam estar afastados das comunidades rurais e periféricas, tanto do ponto de vista espacial quanto do ponto de vista simbólico.
Aqui nós temos o espaço do museu, onde o conhecimento ele se encontra dentro de paredes fechadas. Mas o Existência Museu vem com uma proposta diferente. Nós vamos pegar essas 4 paredes, retirá-las, assim nós conseguiremos construir um museu vivo, um museu real e um museu que vai transparecer o conhecimento que essas pessoas podem trazer, de vencermos as barreiras climáticas que nós temos enfrentado e de termos uma comunidade mais justa.
O conhecimento técnico dos profissionais de museus é extremamente importante, mas as pessoas que detêm saberes ecológicos fundamentais para a nossa sobrevivência no planeta também podem contribuir com seus próprios museus.
Podem os povos de origem africana e os povos ameríndios construir museus? Bem, o que a gente tem percebido é que sim, que é extremamente necessário, pois a partir das perspectivas desses povos, a gente pode trazer outras experiências e outras formas de ser, perceber e estar no museu.
Um museu que se insere numa temporalidade, num espaço e dentro de uma comunidade específica. Esses exemplos que vocês irão ver aqui mostram a potência de preservação da natureza, de preservação do clima, dos futuros verdes.
As pessoas vejam esse museu como uma forma de preservação daquilo que nós agora temos. Ainda tem.
Então o que a gente planta hoje é uma semente para o futuro do que a gente propõe, da relação com a natureza como um todo, que quer dizer a água, os animais. E nesse sentido, a gente acredita que a gente faz um museu que é do presente.
É importante muito que tenha um museu que fala, que conta as histórias, senão as histórias acabam, né? A gente morre.
Então essa organização, ela reeduca o ser humano, a criança.
O homem, a mulher, começa a entender qual é a classe dela, do trabalhador e da trabalhadora.
É a questão de saber me impor como uma pessoa que é natural, uma pessoa que precisa, que necessita das plantas, que precisa da natureza, que é uma telha, né?
Foi um voto que eu fiz com Deus de ajudar quem precisa. Tudo que eu plantar aqui ser doado para a cidade.
É tipo sido igualzinho uma árvore, o pai da gente. Igualzinho a árvore nas raízes e dá a semente e para renascer outro de novo, para não deixar acabar, né?
Assim, esses saberes poderiam ser potencializados por meio da troca de conhecimentos entre as próprias comunidades que os produzem.
O combate ao aquecimento global também é uma luta contra-colonial. Portanto, ninguém melhor do que os povos que há séculos têm sobrevivido à extinção de seus mundos para protagonizar essa batalha. São justamente esses povos que sofrerão mais imediatamente os impactos desse aquecimento, pois são eles que vivem nas zonas tornadas mais vulneráveis pela exploração desigual do planeta. Só haverá futuro possível nas práticas responsáveis dos povos que resistem há séculos à extração do mundo e de suas próprias vidas. São esses modos de vida que os museus das resistências desejam potencializar.
Okay, thank you, Walter. I'm hoping you can hear us again. Thank you so much. There's so much to respond to in that video. Maybe I'll actually just pose a very, very quick question as I wait for the online questions to come to me, and also invite members of the audience to gather their thoughts for questions if you have any. We have, I believe, about 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes for Q&A, and we have to keep to that because this building does close at 5, which means we have to keep time for the last panel. So I wanted to ask you, Walter, actually, there's really so much to respond to. So I would love to hear you talk about what you called, I believe, communitarian cosmology, on the one hand, in relation to a remark that came and went very quickly in that short video about the production of class recognition. So one of the rural workers described the function of the museum as a space of recognizing them, the participants as, or viewers or audience members as members of a class. Can you unpack that for us a little bit? The communitarian cosmology on the one hand, and then the pedagogical function of the museum in producing a kind of class recognition. That's really interesting to me.
Okay, thank you for your very interesting question. I'm sorry for the poor link here from Brazil, and I hope you could listen to the presentation. And well, this idea of communitarian perceptions, I'm listening to some echo here. I don't know if it's possible to be fixed. Thank you. It's a concept that was very important to us in order to perceive how communities engage with biodiversity and how they think about our memories and struggles and history without prescribing any transcendency in order to understand it. So we think that each community to which we talk and to which whom we worked together has a specific history and keep alive different forms of cosmological heritages, which are important to perceive how these specific relationships to their landscapes are activated through these specific knowledges. So I think when we go to traditional museums or when we are talking about cultural heritage policies from the state, there is a tendency to domesticate this kind of narratives to make that more understandable. And I think this kind of domestication impacts in the original and specific ways of differentiation, of becoming that these communities can present through this kind of shared histories, shared network of resistance. So the more important is that this kind of communitarian cosmo-perceptions are ways to resist to colonial expropriation or extraction over these 5 centuries of colonial extraction. And this conforms specific forms to resist and to be resilient to this kind of transformations, global transformations we are facing right now. So I think that's it, and I'm looking forward to hear more from this session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a really interesting perspective to learn about, and I really want to hear it thought from the perspective of compost as a kind of as a multi-sensorial realignment of a cosmology from a different perspective or standpoint. But maybe I'll invite Julie to think about that and think about the connections if you'd like, but I want to actually first ask a question, or ask a member of the audience to ask a question that came in online, but I believe that they're present. So this was a question for Bergsveien. Okay, great, you have the mic.
Yes, hello. I had a question for Bergsveien. I was just on the train and then coming here physically, so I'm really testing the boundaries of a hybrid symposium. So the question was, I'm reminded of the notion of the good Anthropocene in your talk, which is, I think, originally a concept by Earl Ellis. And it's about the cherishing and the celebrating of the Anthropocene as something that helps us to finally come together across disciplines to think about bigger problems. And I think I heard you talking a little bit about that in your presentation, since you said that the Anthropocene, you see it as an assemblage of different objects and fields coming together. You were also talking about novelty. So yeah, I was just wondering what you think about that, and if you could expand a bit more into that direction.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I wasn't, I didn't really have that particular sort of good Anthropocene in mind, but I mean, there's definitely elements of that in, you know, both these exhibitions that I talked about. There is this kind of attempt to grasp, go beyond sort of the apocalyptic sort of view of the Anthropocene and sort of, you know, how museums can actually promote hope or see something positive in the way the concept kind of, you know, frames potentials. So I think there is definitely, I mean, you know, you can just read it from the titles of the exhibitions, you know, the Welcome to the Anthropocene, the Earth in Our Hands, or, you know, We Are Nature, Living in the Anthropocene. It's kind of, you know, an invitation to consider sort of, you know, how we can survive or change things. But I think there is, for me, coming from sort of presenting this material, I was trying to kind of understand in a way how these museums, arrange these different elements to form the concept. But I think there is a lot of criticism that you can sort of, think about in terms of this, because I think a lot of what the museums are doing, they kind of forget to sort of think about themselves, and should do more of that. Right?
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I just check in to see if there are questions from the audience? No? Okay, there will be another opportunity. So I have a couple of questions for Zofia, but I actually wanted to invite Julia up first if you wanted to reflect on some of the, half-baked questions that came your way. Compost as form, resistance to form, multisensorial realignment.
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you for the question. I think in terms of multisensoriality is, as I try to address in my presentation, I think it's really a way to notice, to pay attention, to slow down, which is essential when we look at the Anthropocene, as when we try to understand the impact of infrastructure on our surrounding landscapes, the small changes, pay attention to the small changes and to the small stories that happen around us are key. Also if we are thinking about more inclusive cosmologies or communitarian cosmologies. And I think like engaging with compost, especially in an institutional practice, as we're trying to do in the Jan van Eyck, which is not a museum, so it's slightly different, but it really imposes slowing down. It really imposes a material slowing down. It's a material commitment to the non-human components of the institutional ecology, which is actually a way to embed the theory, the discursive aspects that we develop in our programs, in our artistic researches, in our curatorial researches, in the reality of the institution, in the practice that we try to promote. And it's really beautiful to see when you engage with these kind of materialities, the stories, the narratives, but also the details that emerge, that you're able to notice, and the different kind of rhythms that this creates, also in the human collaboration, in the human communities. And so I don't know if this answers completely your question, but I think in terms of form, compost is really, in terms of form and multisensoriality, compost is really inviting us to think beyond what we see. So in this sense, it was very interesting to see the effect that the moving image triggered, because it was a very slow moving image, but there was so much happening in there. So I think this metaphorically can say a lot about the time we are living in.
Yeah, that's great. No, I don't know if that answered my question. It answered a better version of the question, though. And so I think it's in particular the kinds of rhythms that compost demands attention to that would be very difficult to imagine in the kind of artifact-driven practice or preferences of the classically termed museum. It's quite different, and I want to think more about that. And on the question on rhythms, I suppose, is my way of transitioning to a question for Zofia. There are three questions actually coming from, I believe, the YouTube channel. I'm gonna combine two of them because they ask you, Zofia, to reflect on the urban context of the VNA, I'm sorry, and in particular the future to come in that context. So the first question is, I'll just read it out. Interesting to juxtapose earlier discussion about questioning the format of the museum and its engagement with the Anthropocene and the investment in the museum as a building in the V&A East project. How is the environmental impact of the new V&A East being addressed in this thinking? And then the second question, which is sort of asking you to think about that from the standpoint of 2030, asks, adding a thought to the previous question about environmental impact, as we should always think of risk to the whole Stratford the whole of Stratford, where the building is, has a high flood risk by 2030.
Thank you both for those questions, which are very important questions that are part of the project in terms of the legacy and the footprint. So I'm glad they've been asked. And I think it's something that we, as a kind of multi-departmental team looking after this project in terms of the building design, the curatorial project, come together kind of on this matter. And I would say that there's a number of ways in which the reality of a footprint of a project is being addressed. I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation that the V&A now actually has a dedicated sustainability plan, which is setting targets for our net zero emissions and taking into account the whole V&A family of sites as it's coming to be known. So both our existing building in South Kensington, we already have one museum of childhood that's undergoing redevelopment in East London, and these two new sites, which is looking at pathways for monitoring source 1 and 2, 3 emissions, and also looking at building performance and the long-lasting kind of legacy of actually managing the building carbon footprint in the long term. So that is something that's kind of being built into operational thinking, but it is, of course, there is a footprint already. The embodied carbon footprint of kind of concrete, of the materialities of those buildings. And I know colleagues on my team are looking very closely at those, the ecological performance of the building, the amenities for renewable energy power, including solar that's incorporated in the building, and also how we incorporate kind of local ecology in terms of local plant life into the actual green fabric of the building and how it performs. And it's something that's a very real aspect of what we're doing with our program and how our building needs to kind of work in conjunction with that. So that's kind of one dimension of the question. There is, I think, another point of reflection to share here today is that, it has not escaped our consciousness that building a new museum has a footprint. And, one might argue that more distributed models of non-building and degrowth are the answer. But it is the case of this project and the invitation from the mayor's office to participate in making the most out of what was an Olympic site. So you are gathering this is also a legacy of an Olympic site that led to a lot of urban change and transformation, is how do we give back and ensure that there is an lasting social benefit of such a mega project as an Olympics project was. And the opportunity of a project like V&A East being a free public museum. We are a nation's collection, everything in our collection belongs to every member of our local immediate communities and the wider communities. How do we make that as accessible as possible? And how do we make it as relevant as possible to building equitable urban futures? So to note the question that was asked about urban flood risk, those are very worrying patterns. And I'm sure many of those in charge of managing the building estate have been incorporating the monitoring here, but there's also a bigger picture of relationship to equity of access to urban nature and urban green spaces that are very important in terms of health, well-being, and connectivity to the urban environment that we as a museum really want to champion. Thinking about for everything from the design of public spaces and their history in East London to other ways of discussing our relationship with the natural world that might actually find the natural in the everyday in every aspect of the fabric of the waterways of the city. Many people don't know London is actually a forest by UN definitions. There's over 8 million trees in London and counting, a huge proportion of them in East London. It's about reframing how we discuss the natural in the context of the urban. And it's very important to us that we are in an urban context where perhaps those discussions around the natural might not seem at the forefront of every kind of, civic debate. And yet it's something that's very close to the hearts of the audiences we're speaking to and the young people who really want a just future. So the equity you touched on, Jeff, I think is very important to us in terms of who we're debating these topics with, who we're investigating with, and how their voice is heard. How do we platform their agendas, their activities? How are we a conduit for their work rather than trying to be someone that comes in and sets the debate? We're just wanting to platform it. But we're mindful it's complex.
It sounds like it. Thank you so much for that reflection. We appreciate it. That is exactly on time for us. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this session. And invite you to join me in thanking wholeheartedly these 4 panelists. 15 minutes? And so we have exactly 15 minutes for break, and we'll try to start sharp at what time? 3:30. Yeah, at 3:30 with the next panel. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. We're going to start the final panel of the kind of hybrid session where people are still on site and we have speakers online. Before the keynotes, just a reminder that that's at 6 p.m. online only with Dipesh Chakrabarti, Scott Wing and Chiara De Cesare. I will be chairing this final session with speakers joining from Sweden, Britain and America. And then this session will end with a film as well, which I'm very much looking forward to, a short film. I've kind of known all of these speakers in different ways and different contexts over the past few years. So I'm really, really delighted that they've been able to join us today. Christina Fredengren will start us off, then Dean Sully, then Bridget McKenzie, and then finally Rania Gossun and El Hadi Jazairi from Design Earth. So I'll just introduce Christina quickly. So Christina is a associate professor at the Department of Archaeology and Classical Studies at Stockholm University and in the Department of Art History Conservation at Uppsala University, with several international publications in archaeology, feminist post-humanities, natural cultural heritage and environmental humanities. Hello, Christina. She's former head of research at the National Historical Museum of Sweden, and she has a doctorate in archaeology from Stockholm University and is a key member of the Post-Humanities Hub and a founding member of the Environmental Humanities Network at Stockholm University. So an excellent person to be joining us today. And Christina will be talking on curating time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colin, for inviting me. And also thanks to Blake and Ashley for setting together this program. Today I'm going to talk about a project that have funding from the Seedbox, an environmental humanities collaboratory in Sweden that draws together several universities. And I also feel that I'm a plural university person here. Curating Time is the title. And we're going to talk about counterclocks and counter museums. And with me in this project, I have the fortune of having my former PhD student, Caroline Oman, who is also at Umeå University. And the issue about curating time, I suppose it is a question about setting our priorities right, to bring about climate change action, and to start to see how we can move, and as Colin said in the beginning, to make the Anthropocene as brief or thin as possible. Next slide, please. Today I'm going to bring to your attention several topics. I'm going to talk about time, heritage museum things as relational and temporal phenomena. We're going to look into what temporalities are communicated directly in museum displays and what temporalities and temporal relations lies undercurrent in the materiality and in the in-between, I suppose, as and under what is articulated in displays and collections. And then me and Caroline are asking, how would a curatorial approach that focuses on relations between human and non-human others provide an alternative to the anthropocentrism in the museum sector? Next slide, please. And first of all, we need to say it's about time to do something about the climatic and environmental problems that we have ahead. It's about time in different meanings. Climate change is, of course, captured as deep time or aeons or epochs or periods, but also classically in cycles and seasonalities. And as we know, there are several temporal conflicts between industrial lifestyles and natural cultural rhythms. Amitav Ghosh notes that there is fashion in what times and speed and accelerations that we pay attention to. And for example, during the industrial era, catastrophes were not modern anymore. And as Dipesh Chakrabarti points out, deep time change is not acknowledged. And how could we ever think that only humans have history? in the Anthropocene epoch, there is, of course, this destabilization of what a human being is, as the human moves more planetary masses than the planet itself. But the Anthropocene has also destabilized time. Things we do today impact on very far futures. What we do today, flying, eating the wrong things, etc., makes deep time interventions into the future. And that's something I collect in a completely different project to this. Next slide, please. And as I think many of us are familiar with, one entry point in rethinking and reimagining museums is to try to capture both museum and heritage things differently. Me and Caroline have been working for several years, pushing the issue of how heritage things instead can be captured as material semiotic phenomena, as relational, vibrant, agential materialities. Here I want to also promote Caroline's fine PhD thesis called The More Than Human Museum. Here you see it on the picture. But then again, coming from this point where museum things are material semiotic phenomena, how does this affect how we work with time and temporality in the curatorship of museums? And then how could this make a difference for the emergence of what we wish for post-Anthropocene museums? Next slide, please. As we would argue, this feeds into different types of temporalities and for understanding time differently. And here we draw on Petch and Bastian's phenomenal work, Freeman's and Walklate's, where we would want to critique what we can call chrononormativity. This would be flat temporal expressions, time described as linear progressions, where hierarchies of time overrules queer time in the museums, where Bastian and Pesch's view on relational time might be something that is more workable, where we pay closer attention to how things and museums come about as phenomena, as relationalities, with a range of significant, more than human others, with shadow extraction places, reference to plumwood, toxins, climate change. And this is important for observing how we're connected with various others in time. Next slide, please. What we want to look closer on, here again inspired by Petch and Bastian, is the temporal design in museums. And following them, we want to identify and challenge expressions of dominant narratives of time in museums, recognize how everyday lives are composed of multiple and sometimes conflicting temporalities, which are shaped by both direct and indirect factors. We want to see if museum spaces, places, and practices can empower alternative temporalities that lie hidden in museum narratives and displays. And this means designing museum time as something that emerges out of complex relations between material, cultural, social, economic, and political forces, and in ways that acknowledges more than human relations. Next slide, please. We're asking questions: what temporalities are communicated directly in museum displays, and what temporal relations lie undercurrent in the materiality and in the between? Next slide, please. We happened to run into one exhibition for weather reasons. It was a very windy and rainy day. And the exhibition that we've taken a closer look at has actually nothing to do with climate change and environmental crisis, at surface level, that is. We've been looking at the 500 years of royal history at the Royal Armoury in Stockholm. Here we note that the exhibition is laid out in a tempo-linear way through the rooms, And here on the picture you see a little model of these rooms running us from the 1500s in one room up to the 1800s in the last room. Time, as described in the museum, is specifying when the making of objects were made and their acquisition. It deals with the births, lives, deaths of royalty. There are seasonal references, such as the king was buried at midwinter, very symbolically, of course. Here on the pictures we can see the wrapping of the king's heart, for example, but also children's clothes for princes and princesses. The narrative here is clearly anthropocentric, although there are numerous animal-related items on display. Next slide, please. There are several undercurrent temporal relations to pay attention to in this very museum. On the one hand, you can probably see this horse-ish, this hybrid horse with strange horns on it. There is the production of fantastic time of the royalty, some kind of saga time, which possibly overshadows all the others in society at the time who were kind of co-producing and worlding the world differently. There are several workers and craft people's time, the amount of time that they had to spend on making royal gear while paying less attention to other things that were going on and were important in their lives. There are several colonial relations that could be up-communicated. And there are human and animal times that need to be acknowledged. Here we see the royal fur, the fur coat with ermine pelt, but we also see a beautiful dress made of silk, where the silkworms need to be acknowledged as co-producers and laborers in this royal history. Furthermore, there are other co-workers here. Of course, we draw on De la Bella Casa's Time of Care, Repair and Decay, where several conservators' work go into keeping this very place stable. There is the use of chemicals and footprints that projects into futures. But we also need to pay closer attention to what grows in these collections. Is it mold? Is it the famous silverfish that Caroline Ohman looks at in her PhD thesis? And we also need to acknowledge how weather and climate change co-produce these things in collections and exhibitions. But there are also several temporal relations projection into the futures, as these are collections that crave for relations of care for future generations. Next slide, please. Then we move on to the next question. How could museums curate time more consciously, thus forming what we play with, a counter museum that can be linked up to temporality of environments outside the museum and beyond? And here we're again drawing on Petsch and Bastian's idea of creating counterclocks to help us to pay better attention to the strange times we're living and the strange times ahead. Next slide, please. We are here sort of looking at the building of museums as some type of experimental workshops where one can test out other ways of existing in the climate crisis. In doing this, we urge us to become more conscious of and alter the temporal designs of the museums. Possibly we both need to pay attention to the seasonal linear narratives, but we also need to acknowledge the several queer temporalities of care, life, death, decay, and how they co-produce temporal and material relations. But we also need to acknowledge and highlight how various temporal relations are pushed on humans, animals, and others through social, economical, and environmental power relations. We also urge us to look into modern human time and queer relations and responsibilities that cast across to modern human generations. Next slide, please. And what we want to kind of put out here to be discussed is if we should talk about a counter museum. And here we're doing a counter museum contra ICOM's definition of museums. Could a counter museum then be something that is temporarily provisional, changing, irregular and unstable order? Is a museum chaos, entanglements and on the move, with a will towards growth and enlargement by its own ways? A counter museum, if we talk the other way around compared to the ICOM definition, is not in the service of society, not in the service of humankind and civilization or its development. In the counter museums, humans have not access to it. Nothing of that which the counter museum acquires, investigates or keeps, be it so material or immaterial, is to be accessed for human education, enjoyment and for study purposes. And this is what we have been kind of playing around with. What would an extreme counter museum be like? Maybe there is some learning in that. Then the last slide. So with this very brief talk, I wanted to bring you along on this journey. We're in the process of writing this paper about time, about heritage museums as relational and temporal phenomena, but also to see how museums could work as counter clocks and counter museums, where we're toying with what a counter museum could be like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. That was absolutely fantastic and clearly kind of resonates with so many of the talks we've already had today, Julia's especially, around different temporalities, multi-temporalities of these spaces and the politics of time. And, you know, when the Anthropocene first emerged as a concept, so much of the discourse was about its dizzying sense of spatial, temporal disruption. And I think what's really important is the way that you offer a way to ground that in objects and things, but then also show that those objects and things disrupt it in other ways as well. It's just this constant diffraction, process of diffraction that goes on in these spaces, which I know you're really interested in exploring. I'm just going to double check with the tech team whether Dean has joined us. Dean has not joined us yet. I would like then to ask if Bridget would be able to go next as our next speaker.
I can.
Thank you very much, Bridget. And hopefully, I don't know if it's tech issues that Dean is struggling to join, but hopefully he'll be able to join us shortly. But I'm very, very delighted to welcome Bridget McKenzie from Climate Museum UK. Bridget is a researcher and creative curator in culture, learning and environment, and she has been Director of Flow Associates since 2006, after 14 years in roles such as Tate's Education Officer and Head of Learning at the British Library. She is an advisor for Culture Unstained, which is a very important activist group, and co-founder of Culture Declares Emergency. And she is founding director of Climate Museum UK, a new museum which stirs and collects responses to the Earth crisis. Thank you very much for joining today, Bridget. Delighted to hear your talk.
Thank you. So I'm not really using the word Anthropocene today because I thought that many of you would talk about the Anthropocene, and I wanted to encourage us to think about how we actually experience the Anthropocene. And my proposal is that we are experiencing it as the trauma scene. So I'm going to talk a bit about how we're living in a trauma sphere, and how this is a time of trauma, and therefore what is the role of museums and what are the prospects for museums. So next slide. So there's a sound coming back, a time lapse. I'm not sure what's happening here. I'll carry on. Okay, so you've mentioned Culture Declares Emergency, which I co-founded, and this started up 3 years ago. It was the first movement, civic movement of organisations declaring emergency beyond the declarations of local governments. So we had the idea of drawing together, creating a movement of artists and cultural organisations who would recognise the climate and ecological emergency, not just speak about it, but take action. So, and this really means recognising the all-pervasive and extraordinary emergency rather than seeing the environment as an issue. So next slide, please. I should have mentioned, sorry, anyone, an individual or any organisation can sign up to Declare with Culture Declares if you haven't already. And there are regional kind of hubs and groups forming all over the world. So do check it out. But yes, Climate Museum UK is an experimental museum. So we are experimenting with many of the ideas that have been talked about today. And we're able to do that because we're very heterogeneous. We're a distributed museum. We're a growing number of associates who are located across the UK. And we work in our locations with our cultural neighbours and communities to enable them to respond to the climate and ecological emergency. So we are collecting, but we're collecting stories and responses and, the kind of emerging, welter of digital materials. And we also work in participatory activities that enable people to respond emotionally, intellectually, and actively. So we don't call we don't create exhibitions, we create activations with the aim that they activate people. So next slide, please. And coming back to thinking about the context that we are in, the trauma sphere is a term devised by an eco-psychologist called Gia Woodbury. His name actually has a W rather than a Y there. I misspelt it. And he's talked about this kind of all-pervading and intersecting traumatized environment. The trauma has been human created, and the trauma has an impact on us in that it prevents us from clearly seeing and actively responding to stop the harm. And I've created an image here to try and visualize it. So the planet is in a state of trauma, so biosphere trauma, and that includes the more than human experience. And then climate trauma is kind of moving in fast, like a kind of gigantic asteroid to kind of overwhelm and accelerate the trauma of the biosphere that has been created by many centuries, really, of ecocidal and extractive lifeways. And then right at the heart of that, I just wanted to draw our attention to human trauma, and within that, intersectional trauma. So, humans are variously affected by the trauma. And those who are struggling with particular intersectional or characterized by particular intersectional features are affected by it most particularly. Next slide, please. And this, there is this kind of separation, in discourses around the Anthropocene, which is a binary between climate and biodiversity. And you can see from this matrix, I've attempted to consider different framings of change. So most governments, most businesses are looking at it from the perspective of incremental accessible change, mostly focusing on climate and thinking about tech solutions and a focus on carbon and mitigation. So most organizations would say we have a sustainability plan and it would consist of those features. What they're tending not to do is to think about issues like climate migration, tackling capitalism, and thinking about resilience and adaptation. So what they're not tending to do is to think about the human experience of the trauma. And then on the other hand, on the other side, the biodiversity focus tends to in the the softer incremental way tends to focus on nature connection, conservation, and defining ecosystem services. And if it was to take a more human approach, as well as a more than human approach, it would face extinction. And I should say today is Lost Species Day, which is an annual recognition of the grievous losses that we're facing. And it would also see climate change as a major threat to the biosphere. So I've put there at the centre, you know, if we actually have a human focus, we might enable a more joined up approach where we're thinking about radical systemic change, but making it more accessible. And the next slide, please. Here's another matrix. I can't help it. I like these matrix formats. This is my way of conveying what Alex Steffen calls the trans apocalypse. So this is the idea that the apocalypse isn't something still to come in the future. It's already been happening for centuries, really, for those people historically impacted by bio-colonial capitalism and ecocide. And then this apocalypse is it's like multiple bombs going off all over the planet. You know, at first we could kind of predict where they would happen, but we're in a situation of radical discontinuity where we can't predict. And for example, places like Vancouver, we would have thought would be safe, but you know, are being affected by historic extreme weather events. So anyway, this matrix shows, you know, the trans apocalypse in terms of people with great privilege, people with great disadvantage, and how change is going to affect people over time. Essentially, a few rich may become richer for a while, able to exploit disaster, but more and more and more people will be affected by the trauma sphere. And this actually is a way of museums thinking about mapping their audiences. So currently, most audiences will be in the top left, you know, people who might currently be experiencing future anxiety, precarity, maybe a rise in eco-activism. But in museums, we need to think about all of our communities, people who are going to be the most in need of safety nets, those people who might start fighting against each other because they've been infected by propaganda. So next slide, I could talk about this for a long time, but I should move on. So in the trauma scene, many of us are suffering from, we might use any of these terms, climate trauma, eco-anxiety, pre-traumatic stress is interesting. So those of us who haven't yet really been impacted are you know, feeling empathy for those who are being impacted and are feeling fear that it is coming to us at some point. Next slide, please. So in this trauma sphere, this trauma scene, our house is on fire, you know, to use Greta's phrase. And in this, that means that all the museums in the house are on fire too. I know it feels like they're not, but, you know, some museums have literally burned down. Some are starting to experience more floods. And over time, they will suffer due to the increasing economic impacts and social impacts of the trauma scene. So, you know, what can they do? So there are a range of ways that they can think about action. And my suggestion is that they actually think about being emergency responders, you know, thinking about first aid. So, you know, yes, saving what they hold for posterity, but more importantly, really playing a much more kind of alerting role, alerting us to danger, really actively trying to create a safer world and to care for those affected. So over the past 2 years, we've seen museums pivoting to digital because of COVID-19. But what if they instead pivot to aid? You know, I think that is actually the pivot that's needed. Next slide, please. So Culture Takes Action is a framework that I've developed that puts culture in the donut economics frame, and offers 8 pathways to action that enable us to plan, you know, to think beyond just decarbonisation but to consider, for example, decolonization and providing cultural therapy and care. Next slide, please. So trauma, if we're in a trauma, we need to consider developing programs that are trauma sensitive as a fundamental. So not just inclusive or accessible or participatory, but trauma sensitive. And that means acknowledging that everybody is living in this traumatized world, allowing emotion, taking an expanded view to consider everywhere, every when, and everyone, because at the moment, because of this radical discontinuity, we can't use the past, we can't use our historic knowledge and collections as a guide to the future. So we have to take this much more expanded view. And they also have to be democratic. They also have to decode the systems that have caused the trauma. Next slide. They also have to be informed by psychology. And for example, we can use René Lertzman's golden trine of behavior change to understand how people respond to trauma through processes of denial, disavowal, which is, this is nothing to do with me, blame China, and rationalizing, which is, the planet will be okay in the end. So yes, we have to, next slide, we have to respond to these responses by enabling people to discover the truths and the histories of the trauma, to develop emotional and social responses so that we can live with these impacts, and to explore solutions and grow appetites for change. So each of these responses actually relates to denial, disavowal, and rationalizing. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm racing through slides. Another trauma-sensitive approach is to be post-utopian. This relates to having an expanded perspective. It's about facing the very worst scenarios, but imagining the best and braiding the two together. So this is avoiding being either too utopian, which, museums like to, maybe when they're putting on climate exhibitions, they might prefer to have a very positive approach and show the positive solutions to inspire people, but we have to show what's going wrong as well. The next slide. We need to really support people to imagine and have visions of how we can transition from this extractive, traumatized world that we live in to a wiser, more connected, regenerative world. I'm just going to race through the final slides just to show you some pointers of activity that relate to the things that we're doing in Climate Museum. So we use conversation as the main medium. As I said, we create activations, but we can't activate people without conversation. And next slide. We use objects and stimulus materials. So we are a museum because we focus on objects, and we think of them as transitional objects, so for example, children on the left there are making things with clay in order to talk about regeneration. And top right there, one of our associates, Amy Scaife, uses a cargo bike, and she goes around to streets and fairs to have conversations with people with lots of materials on her bike. Next slide. Conversations enable people to overcome conflict and conundrums, and you can find these materials on the Climate Museum website, so I'm not going to talk through them. The next slide. Another feature of our work is that we try to encourage people to develop prefigurative coping strategies, so to move beyond even the emotional and meaning-based strategies to combining the imagination of better futures with action that makes those better futures happen. I mentioned today it was Lost Species Day, and I just wanted to point to, in the next slide, that museums are actually doing quite a lot today. So it's been going for 10 years, and hopefully now that more of you know about it, you'll be able to do something on 30th of November next year. So the final thoughts in the next slide are, that the trauma scene needs trauma-sensitive cultural experiences. Museums are part of nature, they are part of the trauma, so they have to pivot now, to a role of first aid and healing before they break. So that's my talk done, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bridget. You introduced so many rich possibilities around vocabularies and terminologies there, but also then, as you showed at the end, the way you're already putting these ideas into practice in many, many different ways. And I've obviously been following your work for quite a while. One of the things I might like to go back to in the Q&A is around the challenges and possibilities of conversations. Those kinds of conversations you said are required across generations. And you showed a few images there of your work with children, which I think is really important to pick up on, and also as a response to this space we're in today, which is this intergenerational court for climate crimes, and how exactly to bring those different perspectives from different age groups and generations into this debate. I'd like to come back to that if possible. Thank you again, though. I believe Dean is with us. Yeah. Excellent. Dean, welcome. Hello, Dean. Hi.
Hi, Colin. How are you? My apologies for not being ready beforehand.
That's quite all right. Glad you could join us. So I'll just briefly introduce Dean. Dr. Dean Sully is Associate Professor in Conservation at University College London's Institute of Archaeology, where he coordinates the MSc in Conservation for Archaeology and Museums, and is a coordinator of the Centre for Critical Heritage Studies and the Curating the City Research Cluster in particular. He studied conservation and gained his PhD at UCL and has worked as a conservation practitioner for the National Heritage Board in Singapore, the Museum of London, the British Museum and Monmouthshire District Council Museum Service. Quite a wonderful range there. But today, Dean is going to discuss something a little bit different. He's going to talk to us about objects of the Misanthropocene exhibition and the illegal museum. Sorry, I've said that the wrong way around, haven't I? Let's just say it. Dabbling with Time at the Illegal Museum of Beyond's Objects of the Misanthropocene exhibition. Wonderful title. Very excited to see where it goes.
Thank you, Colin. I love hearing people say Monmouthshire District Council Museum. It's one of my most favourite parts of the world, and I like it to be advertised on the broadest possible stages. So thank you for that. And thank you for the introduction. I think coming after those two fantastic presentations by Christina and Bridget really sets up, I hope, my talk, because there are many of those themes that have already been discussed, especially around temporality, which I think hopefully will come out in my talk. And this idea of the counter-museum, Christina, I hope the Illegal Museum of Beyond you will see as a kind of an example, really, of that sense of counter-process. And I use the term dabbling purposefully here, because it's meant to be a playful and experimental approach to heritage and museums, which kind of frees us maybe from some of the direct responsibilities that we have to our disciplines, our professions, and our world. And I think this more playful approach can be very helpful, and it can be very hopeful. So despite the rather negative sort of traumatic sense of the Misanthropocene as a title, a lot of what we were doing in this exhibition was quite hopeful. We did have a Philanthropocene section to our exhibition, which was meant to be the good Anthropocene, but unfortunately that didn't develop quite as creatively as some of the misanthropic approaches. So I think what I'm doing here is to disrupt some of the authorizing discourses of our discipline and of museums. And it's really to sort of to challenge the authority of knowledge production of museums about the past by juxtaposing the symmetry of our speculations about the future with our speculations about the past. And I'm using this term speculative insouciance as a method that we're using to use as a playful and experimental process. And this is what's come out in the Objects of the Misanthropocene exhibition, which are insouciant objects from the museums of beyond. And this is a collaborative process with a range of very creative institutions, the Architects Association, Goldsmiths, University of London, and primarily comes from my time as scientist in residence at the UCL's Slade School of Fine Art, and that was a great privilege. And this exhibition is a kind of a creative product at the end of that process. You're expected to do something creatively, so this is my contribution. Next slide, please. So this just gives a kind of an indication of the IRL exhibition, because the way we started, as most of us did during COVID lockdown, was to go online. So we did a series of fabrication workshops to develop an online exhibition, which you can see if you're interested is online as a provisional temporary exhibition at the moment. So we did that at the beginning of 2020 and then went online in August. And then we spent the rest of the time from there developing what was the original intention, was a museum exhibition with the fabrication of objects from the illegal Museum of Beyond. And that's something, unfortunately, I had COVID last week, so the installation didn't take place on time, and it's due to take place. But hey ho, having COVID while you're supposed to be installing an exhibition about the Misanthropocene is probably about as Corona-scene as we can get, isn't it? So from January, the exhibition will be up for a year. And then, as with most time-traveling exhibitions, we'll be sending out all the documentation after the end of the exhibition in October 2022. And Stephen Hawkins did a great theatrical event where he invited time travelers to a champagne celebration. And of course, nobody turned up because he sent the invite out after the deadline. So we're kind of playing with those ideas too. Next, and just before we go on, sorry, I'm just to linger on some of the exhibits. As I make a big point of being a practitioner, being a conservator, and being somebody engaged in practice. And it's the fabrication of these objects which become my kind of focus for this work. It's the reification of these objects that bring them into reality and allow people to interact with them and give them a truth. And a belief in the reality of these objects by their physical materiality. So it is the sort of practice of heritage, the creation of heritage objects, which is something I do as a conservator to make heritage objects as part of my process. And we're simply making new heritage objects which purport to come from the future. Next slide, please. So these are some of the kind of techniques that we're using. And it's part of a sort of a broader approach to curate certain realities. And I term this dispersing uncertain fictions and assembling ambiguous worlds. And this goes to the knowledge production system of the discipline and to highlight some of the uncertainty in the authorizing knowledge production of museums in providing stories about the past and the future. And some of the tools that we've been using are based on design techniques, speculative critical design, which is about how do you bring about a preferable future, experiments with projected pasts and retrospective futures, science fact and science fiction, the process of fabulation, so speculative fabulation, and then the fabrication of those ideas into materiality, and the role of time travel in museums, which is something which is largely invisible in the processes, but very evident in the experience. And then some of the disruptive practices of perturbation and the use of the illegal as a disciplinary destabilization mechanism, reflecting the guerrilla tactics of de Certeau and the idea of broken worlds, Mulligan's idea of how do we respond to intergenerational responsibility by fabricating very real worlds of the future and reflecting on the past from those worlds. And then the knowledge production process, the establishment of truth, and the role of epistemic insouciance in creating new ideas about that and freeing us from some of the constraints that we operate in within heritage. Next slide, please. So this is my concept of time and temporality in the Anthropocene as a way of kind of differentiating the idea of modernity and the linear progress of chronological time from the past through the present to the future. So the installation of the Anthropocene and the rupture being ahead of us rather than behind us, creating this misanthropic period, best described by Mullen's broken world ideas. So heritage then becomes a process of salvaging sufficient resources to sustain human populations in this broken future world, rather than something about salvaging what's lost about the past. And the role of the heuristics of fear in creating new responses to avoid those unpleasant apocalyptic futures. So maybe that's where the optimism comes in. Next slide, please. So rather than the past becoming the present, becoming the future, in our exhibition, we've turned that around. We've started by a certain future world or certain future worlds as a projected time from Dupuy, and then how that interacts with the present, how that constructs an idea of the present retrospectively, and how we retrospectively construct narratives about the past from that altered present. And this comes from the role of Cassandra scientists, summed up by Marge Piercy's quote, "The point of creating futures is to get people to imagine what they want and don't want to happen down the road and maybe do something about it." So it's how do we alter present behavior in relation to these projected future worlds? Next slide, please. And this comes from a larger project called the Illegal Town Plan, which is generated by Jimmy Loiseau and Matt Wald at Goldsmiths. And they've been working on this project for some time. And it's a critical speculative design to address the despair of local people in one of the most economically deprived towns in Britain, Rhyl in North Wales. That's subject to the loss of ambition really by regional planning agencies. So the illegal here is a disruptive element that starts with a grounded research process and speculates on future Rhyls that can be achieved. So the purpose is not to design a new Rhyl, but to create a sense of hope in local people. And the process focused around rebuilding the longest pier in the world. And this was, Rhyl once claimed to have the longest pier in the world. So rebuilding that pier was seen to be a sense of hope about the future. And then the role of the pier being this kind of transitional zone off into the future. And the length of that pier became a kind of a device that we used to suggest that this pier goes on and through the Anthropocene to the very edges of time. Next slide, please. And we've used this as a research aid recently at the Max Planck Institute for History of Science, using speculative insouciance as a research method by constructing a thought experiment, the Max Planck at the end of the pier. So essentially this traumatic event has happened, the whole of Northern Europe has collapsed into a tectonic disaster, leading to the loss of the Max Planck Institute, which now needs to be rebuilt along a precarious pier that stretches out into the future. And we gave groups 30 minutes to produce a project to save their jobs. So there's a bit of a kind of a stick approach here to give people incentive. Otherwise, we said they were going to be sacked. So this is a liberation from the scientific principles of the current Max Planck Institute to reimagine a world in which anything is possible. So alternative histories, parallel universes, future worlds, all of those things can be composed. Next slide, please. So this brings me to the exhibition, Speculative Insouciance as a Research Method in this particular exhibition. And this is based in our counter museum, the Illegal Museum of Beyond, which is this speculative future museum at the edges of the Anthropocene, at the end of the longest pier in the world. And it houses collections from the broken futures of the Misanthropocene that represent the histories of future already long past that have not yet existed. Next slide, please. And the mechanism here is to fabricate an object. So you can see my fabrication of an iPad, an archaeological iPad here, using my compost heap and my techniques as a conservator in conservation practice. And in terms of understanding what a certain future world is, well, I may speculate on what worlds are, but there are very creative people who make worlds, alternative futures. So what we've done is adopt these creative worlds that are constructed for us. And then what we do is take an object from that world and manifest it in our exhibition. So Robert Harris's bestseller, The Second Sleep. And the nice tagline there is, what if your future lies in the past? And this is a subversion of the idea of the medieval period that comes after an apocalyptical period, in which the manifestation of archaeological or technological objects from the past are seen to be blasphemous objects. So this is an opportunity of taking something which is very familiar in our world, the Apple logo, for example, and forcing people to think about it in a different way. And in the online exhibition, we've made great use of diverse curatorial voices, both human and non-human, from different periods of the Anthropocene, to misunderstand these objects and interpret them in a variety of different ways. That doesn't work quite so well in the real world exhibition because it's difficult for people to comprehend. But that idea of multiple narratives, multiple interpretations, and multiple misunderstandings that are constructed is one of the ways to kind of jolt people out of a business as usual approach. Next slide, please. And I've just got one more example of an object. This is my favorite one. I'm speaking to you from Norfolk at the moment, so I'm very fond of this place. So this is a feature fossil, a fossil of a music cassette. And we've used the device of placing noughts in front of our dates like the Long Now Foundation has to give this sense of expanded deep time. So 1978 becomes 1978 to enable a geological time framing. And this comes from Kazuo Ishiguro's fantastic novel, Never Let Me Go. And it's a cassette within that. Yeah, I'm glad you like it, Christina. It's an object that is lost within the novel and then is refound at a later date. And what we've done is place this object to be refound in the future of the Anthropocene as a fossilized example of that object. Next slide, please. So the relationship between the world that's created by Kazuo Ishiguro, this dystopian landscape, becomes real in the manifestation of the fossil, and the extended time frames, both in terms of date and the fossilization process, create a suspension of disbelief about time travel of the object because of the very reality of the object itself. Next slide, please. So these are some of the techniques that we've used. The believability of the future world is really important. And asking how future real people live and their lives are diminished by our choices makes visible these intergenerational obligations. And the believability of the exhibit comes from my conservation practice and the heritage specialisms of the Institute of Archaeology. So it creates an authentic experience of the museum that any museum visitor to an exhibition would believe. And we spent a lot of time on the website to make it look like a British Museum exhibition website. So it was very believable on that sense. And this points to the fact that heritage is a performance. What I do as a conservator, wearing my lab coat and my blue gloves, is very much a performance of certain disciplinary practices. So how those things are fabricated into these speculative objects, I think it kind of points to that fabrication process itself. Next slide, please. And in order to create the believability, we've utilized student teaching opportunities of the legal professional to do illegal condition reports. So we've created metadata around the museum exhibition process, which gives credibility. And we have disposal policies, we have a shop online, we have merchandise, we have all of these things that construct the reality of the museum. And we're constructing the idea of a search engine which allows you to investigate objects within the collections of the Museum of Beyond in order to sort of, again, mirror established museum websites. Next slide, please. So one of the projects that we're planning for at the moment is a project with English heritage at Chiswick House in West London. And we're proposing to do an alternative history approach, but also an illegal narrative approach to future reconstructions of the house itself. So we're going to be using some of these ideas of archaeological recovery of artifacts, assemblage of fragmentary ideas of Chiswick House, and the alternative history. So taking some of the objects from within in Chiswick House and using those as a starting point to manifest the reality of alternative futures. Next slide, please. So just as a final parting shot, to reference Haraway's idea to repair our damaged places and to make flourishing multi-species futures, to use this idea of the critical speculative design and speculative insouciance as a way of creating some space, some freedom that enable us to do that. And this relies on the idea of a new heritage paradigm, seeing the past as contaminated and maybe repulsive, and the future being something that we focus on in terms of salvaging. And therefore, what's the role for me as a heritage conservator is the kind of this uncertain action really to salvage sufficient resources for human survival and avoid this broken world. And in doing this, we have certain responsibilities to avoid the businesses of normal operation of our discipline and practices and of our museums. So to avoid the temptation just to recolonize the future with our current ideas and move beyond that. So move beyond decolonizing to deprivileging ourselves and our museums and our disciplines so that we don't recenter us in these privileged discussions about what happens in the Anthropocene. And I suppose the difficult question is, what are you willing to give up in order to redistribute the influence and the authority of our disciplines? And what I'm hoping for in this playful, experimental way is this kind of insurgent heritage practice. So we can really kind of look at what happens now, the exclusions, the silences and the violences, evidence in the work that we do when we designate heritage. And then we can, as Haraway suggests, stay with the trouble of deciding what heritage worlds are being cared for at the expense of what others. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dean. Really, really rich project, and I saw some presentations on this very early on in the development of the project, and it's wonderful to see how it's moved forwards and where it might be going in the near future and the very, very far distant future. Who knows what it might end up as. I'd like to move on now to our final speakers before the keynote panel. Rania Ghosn and El Hadi Jazairi of Design Earth. And I believe they would like to show their film first, but I just want to welcome them, if they are there. Hello.
Hello. Yes, we are. Pleasure to join you all.
Welcome. So I'll just quickly welcome you. So Rania and El Hadi are partners of Design Earth. Rania is Associate Professor of Architecture and Urbanism at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and her practice engages design as a speculative medium for making visible and public the geographies of the climate crisis. El Hadi is Associate Professor of Architecture at the University of Michigan Taubman College, and together they are founding editors of the journal New Geographies, editors of Scales of the Earth, Landscapes of Energy, co-authors of Geographies of Trash, and two wonderful books that I would highly recommend, Geo Stories, Another Architecture for the Environment, and The Planet After Geoengineering, which was a project that was recently on show in Venice, I believe. Today, though, we are going to, first of all, watch a short video. It's about 6 minutes long, called Elephant in the Room, and then we'll come back to Rania and El Hadi to hear about the film. Okay? Thanks very much.
A visitor to the museum notices small things, caught up in their own interests and the bias this brings. What does this allow to go unaddressed? The elephant in the room, as you may have guessed. There is no bigger problem often ignored than the climate change we are marching toward. Familiar with the feeling of being dismissed, the elephant trumpets, a crisis does exist. She lets out an alarm call to signal the herd to stampede into the streets out from where they were stirred. She broke out of the Museum of Natural History to protest human behavior in all its misery. Thick in the air and all over the day is a butane, propane, black carbon bouquet. Climate issues have become more robust as diesel, paraffin and petrol combust. The African elephant stomps down the street. She is not detainable and not discreet. She raises her trunk to sound a deafening drum. Enough is enough. Surely you aren't all just dumb. She occupies Wall Street and protests in Times Square, while sirens serenade and flies buzz in the air. This matriarch elephant and 7 more died, just so the museum could become more alive. The Hall of African Mammals is where they were taken, waiting over a century for a time to awaken. The alarm is the centerpiece where their bodies were staged, frozen in a nightmare as if they were caged. Around the room, other captive subjects stand by within dioramas that are stacked 2 tiers high. The rhinoceros, gorilla, ostrich, and lion silently protest in a perpetual die-in. The elephant never forgets the source of its scar. Speak softly and carry a big stick. You will go far. A celebrated conservationist with a liking for hunting is the American president the elephant was confronting. The big stick is the rifle President Roosevelt had in hand as he stalked the elephant's footprints across open land. His son, Kermit, joined in on the Africa expedition and shot her small calf, taking after the politician. The elephant twitches to life in the Africa Hall. As if no time has passed, she remembers it all. Her reddish-brown eyes with German glass in their place, open to look museum goers in the face. She devours a book that a companion had written on structures of power and knowledge she did not fit in. The teddy bear patriarchy is a violent tale of capitalism, supremacy, and the white human male. With eyes no longer blind, she sees what her body can make, the world on her mind that no one can take. She looks around the room and says, the one thing I know is that the teddy bear patriarchy will have to go. The creature denounces the stuffed teddy and its monsters. She has had quite enough of environmental imposters. The equestrian statue, the plaque honoring David Koch, were swallowed using her trunk shortly after she woke. The mammal's belly rumbles with resonant demands. To decolonize, divest, and dismantle, she firmly stands. Like a calving iceberg, earthquake, or volcanic eruption, her trumpeting call thunders a long-distance disruption. Her revival starts an autopsy fit for the ages, where tools are used to dissect the museum in stages. Natural history becomes an architectural taxidermy in a plan to make the most avid climate deniers squirmy. Only the museum's facade remains in place to repair the damage to the very last trace. It frames a graveyard where the elephant can finally rest with the enormous weight she has lifted right off of her chest. In the garden of a damaged planet, no collection is held, only the demand for action. That's why the elephant rebelled. A climate countdown 2 degrees clock will keep time and enforce the 12 years that remain for us all to change course. Each year, 1 bar of actions counters the change that's been caused. The clock ticks, the bars tighten, and it cannot be paused. Around the elephant's graveyard, the margins grow thin until the final alarm sounds and the endings begin. So down the street we go with the elephant inside, always mustering her grit as our climate action guide. And if somehow you happened to miss her, just take a step back and look at the big picture.
Okay, we're back on you now.
So thank you for continuing to think with us on how speculative fabulation and the mediation of the climate crisis can be part of curatorial practices in the museum, as well as ways of telling stories about the broken world. So we've just looked together at the project Elephant in the Room, which brings two strands from kind of the most recent dimensions of our work: a continued interest in the representational agency of the architectural project, as well as a sense of emergency that has emerged in the wake of the 2018-2019 street activism. So Elephant in the Room is a speculative ecofeminist fable for the climate crisis. It addresses the elephant in the room, the climate emergency, by telling the story of one elephant who takes action to combat environmental injustice and climate change. The site is that of the American Museum of Natural History in New York, which is home to the famous display of taxidermy dioramas, which in the Ackley Hall of African Mammals include a herd of 8 elephants that were largely made by Carl Ackley, after whom the hall is named. One of these elephants was shot by President Roosevelt during the Smithsonian Roosevelt African Expedition in around 1910, in which thousands of animals were trapped and killed to become then property of the museum. The fable stages the herd's environmentalist rebellion. The African matriarch comes to life, charging out of the African Museum of Natural History to stomach the legacies of, and I quote, the commerce of power and knowledge in white and male supremacist monopoly capitalism, all outlined by the dear Donna Haraway as the teddy bear patriarchy. By taking her demands to the street, the elephant underlines the role of museums in a wider call for climate action, which necessarily involves a revision of the museum's own legacies and their entanglement with extractivist environmental histories in the way that have constructed worlds and worldviews that perpetuated division, dispossession, and violence. So the elephant in the room is one such fable, which is able to, or aspires at least, to delight, entertain, speak across generation in a language that might be charged and yet effective, and all while continuing to make a fuss about injustice, cruelty, and arrogance. So this experiment, which of course we're very grateful for your support in making it part of the Reimagining Museums for Climate Action competition and then exhibition in the Glasgow Science Centre, is part of a broader arc of work that our practice Design Earth has addressed in terms of more broadly the environmental crisis and specifically the climate emergency that we're dealing with, in which we understand, as Mike Holm calls for, that climate is weather which has been mediated. It's cultured, interpreted, and made actual by the imagination through storytelling and material technologies. So maybe another way of putting this
is maybe to talk about the sort of medium, the particularities of the medium. So here, Elephant in the Room is actually a cinematic format that is constituted of 5 images. And the idea here is that we believe that the agency of images in relation to this global crisis can be potentially very strong. The circulation of images, the impact of images, the complexity of the language, the visual language, is extremely interesting. So if the alphabet is, in terms of language, isolating meaning, the visual is contextualizing this meaning. So we have very early in Design Earth been interested in the visual language, and in particular in the 18th century drawings of the Age of Reason, Anastasius Kircher, Alexander von Humboldt, as ways of representing complex issues, microcosms on a sheet of paper in a very direct, in a very synthesized way. So Elephant in the Room is a project that is building on this type of work, and it is very much actually a counterpoint. So I think Christina was talking earlier about a counterclock, the role of the museum as a counterclock. Here we see in this project a counterpoint. It is actually a series of shots and reverse shots that are creating an introspective conversation about the role of the museum, the history of the museum, the potential role of the museum in the future, how one can engage this very complex issue of climate change through the museum, through the tools of the museums, with the skills and with the language of the museums and the miniatures and the representations and the artifacts that the museums have manipulated for a very long time.
So to kind of echo the spirit of the conversation, the climate crisis is not only a challenge and to the physical environment, to the biosphere, it's also a crisis of the cultural environment, of the many systems of representation that we've relied upon to represent the world, and the imperative to begin to imagine a set of relation that allows us to both stay with the trouble of the grief and extinction that are part of the current moment, as well as to imagine other possible worlds. So the spirit of the work is building on our earlier book, Geostories, Another Architecture for the Environment, which explored how the architectural drawing can become a descriptive machine that makes visible such broader and complex climate transformations. So the speculative narrative and its engagement with questions of technology and the planet, including those created by the broadening risk scenarios, are integrated in graphic and narrative format. And that was kind of a very parallel structure in the book between a series of images and a series of drawing, which required a lot of work from the viewer or the listener. So the experiment that was put forth is to begin to imagine a broader set of first installations. So the last book in the project, Geostories, Another Architecture for the Environment, is Cosmorama, which integrated kind of a vision of the private companies taking on extraterrestrial space mining by borrowing a meteorite from the Harvard Museum of Natural Histories and including it in kind of the cosmic Rushmore landscape that is produced by these transformations. This moment was a way of beginning to explore animation as a way, in a very different, almost graphic language from other Design Earth projects. This is highly colored, saturated. The language is rhymes, and it's kind of narrated by the voice that has informed the kind of the premise of the project. So you can say it goes in a full loop, starting with the setup of Donna Haraway's Teddy Bear Patriarchy and coming back to be narrated in her own voice. So I think with that, we're thinking of the elephant as less of a curator, as one less the role of managing and administering or organizing a collection, and more in the spirit of what Bridget was advocating for, more of a caretaker, as someone who takes care for the planet, the kind of the worlds that we inhabit. And to stay with Donna Haraway, that sense of responsibility, that sense of care and response implies both a sustained curiosity, which is kind of the almost the seed of the museum as a cultural project, and the desire to continue to find out more about an issue, as well as the ethical obligation to relate, care, become concerned, and to act. So this is when the story comes at a time when we stand to respond to the many calls in the room, not very dissimilarly from what Isabel Stengers had called for earlier and what the young climate activists are asking daily. You knew what you had to know. What did you do? So the role of cultural mediators in that sense are in a special position to provoke, to envision, and to propose an institutional responsibility and action, albeit speculative, on behalf of institutions. So that's the trust that we're experimenting with in terms of allowing it to give power to affect us and the kind of stories we put out in the world.
And basically, I think the project can be described as a bottle at sea. It's a message looking for a receiver. And basically, we want to replace climate communication by the idea of climate communion. You know, how can we come all together and embrace, the challenges ahead?
Through the looking glass, I think, is very similar to that. What the diorama as a etymologically is, which is to see through. So if we're kind of sending out that glass bottle with the idea that it houses echoes, reverberations, and comes back to haunt us in many possible ways.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We've got about 10 minutes.
We've got about 10 minutes
before we have to have a very abrupt exit of this space because of the lockdown measures in the Netherlands. They are quite strict on it. But I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much for allowing us to show the film as well. It's a wonderful, wonderful, I think, conclusion to this part of the symposium. It really brings together so many of the issues that have come up across the day, the role of art in these kinds of discussions, the need for new forms of mediation, but also just that image, that really potent image at the end of just, the museum actually dismantled. The museum literally in pieces around the elephant, and the elephant is in a new kind of slumber. Its action is complete, and the museum has been dismantled around it. And we've heard a lot today about new museums being built, the need to radically challenge the museum and subvert the museum. I'd like to just pick up, though, first of all, on what you said about the elephant as caretaker. And to go back to something that Bridget was talking about, the need for a human focus in projects. A lot of what Christina was looking at was around bringing in the more than human dimensions of collections and artifacts and objects. Is it possible to see all four speakers on the screen at once? Or, hello everyone. Because I think it would just be nice to hear some of your comments about that. And to think with the non-human. We are surrounded by non-human entities in this space today as well. Ammonites from hundreds of millions of years ago, and comrade species that are here to bring states and corporations to account for the climate crisis. So I'd like to just think, what is the role that these non-human figurations can play in helping us to challenge some of the familiar thinking around museums and the Anthropocene? So I think that's probably to Rania and El Hadi first, but I'd like to hear from the others as well.
Sure. I mean, the term figuration which you're drawing on, maybe we can continue to think with Donna and the way that she introduces figures as material semiotic nodes, in that they hold they come together because they help us to grapple with the inside of the flesh of the world. They they speak to the entanglement which they embody, and so they allow us to speak back to the many clusters of narrative, imaginaries, precedents that they brought up. So that's the idea of both the string figure, but also the role that the elephant, this kind of figure is playing. And of course, there's a legacy in architectural history of how the monument in the form of an animal that is then kind of a Trojan horse in itself and embodies, kind of ingests the many spaces, that kind of creates a performative image that then can be inhabited. So I think that sense of the performance that Dean had drawn on as a kind of an important aspect of the museum, I think speaks to that action.
Yes, it is the idea of inhabiting as opposed to viewing, really experiencing, feeling as opposed to seeing from outside. I think this figuration is a vehicle to be able to share ideas and concepts, and it is very helpful in allowing the visitor, the audience, to experiment these things rather than see them from outside.
Would anyone else like to come in there? Yeah, Christina, and then Bridget.
Yeah, no, I will follow on these figurations. And what came to my mind, of course, is Haraway's Oncomouse. And I think sort of one way of acknowledging what is going on in the museums is to actually acknowledge all these more than human kind of workers kind of around that brings exhibition into place. Say thank you to them. Also sort of going back and forward kind of in time. In our kind of rereading of this Royal Armoury kind of exhibitions, there are so many other unseen kind of workers that will produce these items, gadgets, etc. In the past. And one way is to kind of visualize kind of these stories. But I also think what you were talking about with the elephant in the room there is also that we need to kind of reconfigure kind of museums as collections, put burdens onto future generations, that there are kind of temporal relations that are kind of gaping out for keeping, curating, mending, etc. So that there are kind of several temporal kind of processes around there. That looks out for kind of responsibility or perhaps irresponsibility. So I wanted to kind of possibly add that, and also, of course, this thing that we can toy not only with counter museums and museums as counter clocks, because there are many different clocks and relations that are craving for attention there. But I also think that kind of curatorship is a way of practicing responsibilities and care in other ways. And I think so, to many extents, much museum work is actually taking place that is unacknowledged in that way. There's a lot of care work being done that needs to be given a voice. And I think that came out really, really well in the environmental museum there, and as well in the other presentations.
Yes, I just wanted to challenge myself a little on my suggestion of a human focus. I do mean that, but I mean it in an ecocentric way, and I put it at the center there because we are in the Anthropocene. Our troubles are created by humans, and they will be solved or ameliorated by humans. And if we don't engage with people first and foremost, they are the visitors to museums, then people will be disengaged and not become the stewards that they could be. They won't become the ecocentric people who are able to decenter themselves and think from the more than human perspective. So it's about both and, human and more than human, and how we how we design these experiences together.
Thank you very much. Dean, I don't know if you wanted to come in on that, but I also wanted to pick up on this question of your challenge to the business as usual and the essential role, not just of defamiliarizing collections and defamiliarizing objects, but defamiliarizing the very practices of museology and how your project speaks to that potentially.
So I suppose the fundamental role of the museum is this idea of translating between worlds. And traditionally that's been very much in terms of times and places, and that's the curatorial voice, I suppose, is to make those worlds understanding, so worlds of understanding understandable to the museum visitor. And I suppose at the very heart of what we're trying to do in our project is to sort of have this non-incontrovertible relationship with truth. And therefore the authority of the museum to define narratives about the past being something that needs to be negotiated. And I think one of the things that we tried to do in our multiple curatorial voices, and we tried to have non-human voices, one of the techniques we used was Google Translate, which is a great way of creating neologisms and gobbledygook, but is also a great way of kind of distending meaning in unpredictable ways. But what we kind of asked people to do was to select the interpretation of the object that most closely matched their own prejudices. So really to give rise to that idea of truth is not something which is a set of kind of, fixed facts about anything, certainly about the past, which is something that we select very carefully from. So yeah, in terms of our disciplinary practice then, it's that we have to negotiate that authority from the world in which we exist, rather than the assumption that is often the case that museums, and I think amongst the public also this assumption is there, that they are trusted institutions. And therefore they can be trusted when they say something about another world is actually truthful about that world, whereas I think all curators know that that is not the case.
Thank you very much, Dean. I'd like to just give an opportunity to people in the space to ask one question, potentially, because they've been very patient today, joining us throughout, and I want to just allow the opportunity. No, everyone knows that they need to leave really quickly, so they're like, no, we need to be, legal citizens here. Okay, I'm going to close proceedings there then. Thank you very much to the final panelists. That was a wonderful discussion, really wonderful presentations. And thank you to everyone who's joined us today online and in the space. I've hugely enjoyed it. It's just such an amazingly rich variety of discussions and possibilities for where this project might go in the future. I should have probably said at the beginning, this is very much the start of this project that I'm developing, that Blake and I are developing. So I really want this to continue, and I hope that others will join us in that journey. I just want to remind you that we will start the keynote panel in 1 hour online. It'll be the same YouTube link, and that will be Dipesh Chakrabarti, Scott Twing, and Chiara De Cesare joining us for the keynote panel. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Ashley. My latest PowerPoint presentation. But somehow I don't know what's going on because with mail drop it should be fine. Or I'm gonna be trying now, I'm trying with WeTransfer. But okay.
I'm sort of waiting for the go ahead. Oh, really? Where is that being? Yeah. When I see myself appear to start talking. Okay, I think we're ready. If people can hear me. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Blake Ewing. I'm a Smithsonian Research Fellow and lecturer in political theory at the University of Oxford. I hope those of you who are in the live space were able to make it back to your homes in time to watch this on your computers. I'm very jealous that you were able to be at Framer Framed because due to COVID preventing or certainly discouraging my travel, I was unable to get to Amsterdam. So I've been a very poor co-organizer of this wonderful conference since Colin Sterling and everyone at Framer Framed have done all the legwork literally, and I've been stuck here in my uncomfortable chair in Oxfordshire as I have been for the last 2 years. But nonetheless, it is my great pleasure to chair this final discussion session, which begins with remarks from 3 keynote discussants. Scott Wing from the Smithsonian Institution, the Museum of Natural History in Washington, Deepesh Chakrabarty from the University of Chicago, and Chiara de Kesvry from the University of Amsterdam. The title for this keynote discussion is Museum Temporalities, which I think speaks to a lot of the conversation from the last panel on how museums, like the term the Anthropocene itself, showcases not only a confluence, but also different clashes of temporalities, where present meets an exhibited past, but we also see through these exhibitions and objects, different experiences, different flows of time, presence and rhythms and future horizons that exist simultaneously. But building on some of the things that Christina said in the last panel, Friedengreen, about different museum times that are specifically museum, and what Colin Sterling said at the beginning about whether or not we're moving to a post-Anthropocene world. We see that the museums, are also temporal agents. They're not only repositories of different times, but they themselves are movers and narrators of time from their position to purvey, question, and challenge different dominant time regimes, be they narratives of progress, decay, stasis, crisis. But I think one question that is posed by the concept of the Anthropocene is whether museums, which themselves are products and repositories of the Anthropocene, can none themselves remain agents of time when it comes to moving post-Anthropocene, and should they remain agents of time in this sense? So, as our keynote question poses, are museums in fact not relics of the Anthropocene? And our 3 keynote panelists are going to begin this session in responding to that question, whether or not museums are relics of the Anthropocene. And they're going to go in order, and then we're going to have a Q&A at the end. So I want to start with Dr. Scott Wing from the Smithsonian Institution. He's a researcher and curator at the Natural History Museum. He researched on fossil plants and the history of climate change from about only 70 to 40 million years ago. Since 2012, he was one of the main curators working on an exhibition in the Fossil Hall called Deep Time, which I had the pleasure of having a guided tour by Scott of this exhibition. And it was a great success about using the theme Deep Time to present the Fossil Hall. So I'll start now with Scott, who will speak for 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll move to Deepesh. Thanks very much.
Well, thanks very much, Blake, and good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for being here on the web. For this panel, we were asked to address the question, are museums relics of the Anthropocene? And for me, the answer is a pretty simple no. They aren't relics of the Anthropocene. The answer is simple because I view the Anthropocene the way you might expect a paleontologist who's interested in the history of the Earth system to view it. I'm also a curator who works at a natural history museum that welcomes millions of visitors in a typical year, not this one. In the next few minutes, I just want to explain very briefly what the Anthropocene means to me. I've heard the word used through today in many different ways. And what I think the concept of the Anthropocene implies about the relationships of human societies with Earth systems. And finally, I want to give an example of how we've used the Anthropocene perspective in our deep time fossil hall to help our visitors understand their role in the future. If I could have the next slide, please. This lovely diagram subdivides the history of our planet from its beginning nearly 4.6 billion years ago to the present. Each of the colored boxes represents a part of that time, with subdivisions nested within longer divisions. Eons contain eras, contain periods, contain epochs, contain ages. And the question of a possible Anthropocene epoch, which is being considered by the geoscience community right now, involves only the last little bit of this time here in the upper left-hand corner. In the next slide, if we could get the next slide, please. Thanks. Geologically speaking, the question is whether we are now in a new epoch of the planet's history, an epoch that began at about the middle of the 20th century, Common Era, and will presumably continue forward for some time. You can see that the Holocene epoch, which is the shortest one in the entire timescale, began 11,700 years ago. So this is one reason that a post-Anthropocene doesn't make much sense to a geologist. It really wouldn't be worth defining a new epoch that began in the mid-20th century if it's already over. It might make sense if you're used to the quick comings and goings of cultural trends, but not in Earth history. The idea of an Anthropocene epoch is pretty controversial, even within the geosciences, not so much because Earth scientists question whether the planet is undergoing environmental changes of enormous magnitude. Nearly all of us agree on that, but rather because some think a new epoch would have limited usefulness to the geological community. To get some perspective on what an epoch means and how one is defined, I think it might be helpful to consider an epoch that is not currently wrapped in controversy, the Eocene epoch. The name means the dawn of the recent. And if I could have the next slide, please. You can see here a clip from the geologic time scale that covers the last 66 million years since the second biggest mass extinction in the history of our planet, 66 million years ago when the dinosaurs went extinct. And the Eocene began around 56 million years ago, and it's associated with the first primates, the earliest members of our order of mammals. The idea that there should be a division of geological time called the Eocene was proposed by Charles Lyell in 1833, and he was motivated to do that because he found more modern types of fossil marine shells in the rocks of Western Europe than he did in rocks underlying them that were of Cretaceous age, the age of dinosaurs, if you will. Later in the 19th century, paleontologists working in Europe suggested that less obvious differences in fossil shells could be used to recognize a lower part of the Eocene that they called the Paleocene. These geologists were interested in dividing geologic time so that they could correlate rocks from different parts of the world and be able to piece together the history of life on Earth. By the mid-20th century, because of the advent of ocean coring, paleontologists recognized that there were also significant changes in microscopic marine fossils at about the same time, at about this Paleocene-Eocene boundary time. There was also a growing record of terrestrial mammals, and these also showed a major shift. In 1991, a team working on marine cores detected a major change in carbon chemistry near the level where a large number of marine microfossil species went extinct. This increase in the proportion of the light stable isotope of carbon eventually was observed in many places around the world, and it became the primary means by which geologists recognize the beginning of the Eocene epoch. It replaced the earlier definitions for the beginning of the Eocene that were based on changes in various kinds of fossils. At first, no one knew what caused the increase in the abundance of light carbon, but during the 1990s and the early aughts of this century, it became clear that the cause was the release of thousands of billions of tons of organic carbon into the ocean and atmosphere, which was associated with the sharp pulse of global warming, now called the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. This is also what caused the many changes in animals and plants that had previously been noticed. If I could have the next slide, please. This new understanding of the Paleocene-Eocene boundary was formalized in 2007 by the description of a global stratotype and section point in a rock exposure in Upper Egypt. The stratotype is the sequence of rocks shown in this photograph, a rock exposure that happens, maybe ironically, to be the wall of an Old Kingdom limestone quarry. The section point, you can see indicated with the arrow, is the exact place on the rock face where the carbon chemistry starts to change, and not coincidentally where the extinctions, and you can see some of the wiggles there on the right panel, where the extinctions also begin. If any geologist wants to know what we mean when we say Eocene epoch, this is where they go. If I could have the next slide, please. Let's briefly come back to the geological definition of the Anthropocene. What sorts of signals might geologists use to recognize the beginning of an Anthropocene epoch? The focus of the working group is on the mid-20th century because that's when we first see lots of sedimentary characteristics that are globally synchronous, especially the deposition of radionuclides from hydrogen bomb tests, but also things like plastic particles, which become pretty ubiquitous in sediments at that point. There's also an increase in the proportion of light carbon being deposited, just as there was at the beginning of the Eocene. This time, we know what causes it. It's burning fossil fuels. Even though these chemical changes are likely to be the best means for recognizing and correlating the sediments of an Anthropocene epoch, of course, the impulse to name one at all comes from recognizing that the Earth is entering a new phase of its history that shows up in many ways through extinction, translocation of species, shifts in nutrient cycling, in sediment deposition, as well as in the chemical composition of the ocean and atmosphere. We have begun to leave an excellent fossil record of our activities. If I could have the next slide, please. All I've said until now is about how a geoscientist views time and the Anthropocene. But of course, we wouldn't be here today talking about this unless the idea was interesting to a lot of other people as well. In my last minutes, I want to share why I think the Anthropocene is a useful way of framing difficult conversations with museum visitors about climate change, global warming, and extinction. In 2019, the Smithsonian opened its new exhibitions on the history of life, as Blake mentioned. It was a total renovation of nearly 3,000 square meters that took us 10 years to do. If I could have the next slide. Tucked into that exhibit is a panel that describes the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum that I just told you about and compares it directly with anthropogenic warming. We made a short video, 3 minutes, and I hope I have time. I'm looking at Blake, if he gives me a nod. Do I have 3 minutes? Okay, great. And we'll show you that, that video now that I think helps to make the connection from this distant past Paleocene-Eocene event to the present. So next slide, and I think somebody else will have to push the button. And if you can advance through the trailer here, if you can fast forward to 30 seconds in, we won't have to watch the clock. Thank you. Okay.
Imagine the Arctic looking like a Carolina swamp. Imagine the Badlands covered with tropical trees. Scientists think this could be Earth's future because they have seen it in Earth's past. 56 million years ago, Earth entered the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, or PETM. In less than 6,000 years, global temperature spiked up about 10 degrees Fahrenheit. The consequences were extreme. Off the coast of Antarctica, scientists on board a specially equipped research ship first discovered evidence of the PETM. They pulled up sediment cores from the ocean bottom. Each layer of the core corresponds to a moment in geological time. Dr. Ellen Thomas examined the layers carefully, sorting through thousands upon thousands of tiny fossils of microscopic organisms.
The interesting thing was that a number of species that had been common and very, very long-lived, around for tens of millions of years, became extinct at that moment in time.
Dr. Thomas linked the extinction to an increase in carbon in the atmosphere, which triggered a massive change in ocean chemistry.
We have this deadly trio of getting warmer, getting more acid, and having less oxygen.
On land, life was also affected during the PETM. In the Badlands of Wyoming, Dr. Scott Wing found fossils that revealed dramatic movements in vegetation.
Plants really did change during the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, and they changed a lot. Before the event in Wyoming, forests would have been like wet coastal plain forests in South Carolina. And during the event, they would have been like modern dry tropical forests in Mexico.
The plant fossils exposed more impacts, including increased insect bites.
One of the things we see during the PETM is that insects were voracious. Plants that grow in more carbon dioxide have less protein. So the bugs had to eat more in order to support their own bodies.
Not just insects, but larger animals were also affected by the decreased food supply. Scientists observed major changes in early mammals, like Ictosian.
What's really interesting about Ictosian is that it's in North America before the PETM, before the big climate change. This is a lower jaw of Ictosian. It's about the size of a medium to large size domestic dog, but it's a hooved animal. Through time, they start out large, then they get small during the global warming event, and then after the event, they become larger again. So you can think of this as these mammals are, with their body size, dancing to the tune of climate change.
But what could have caused Earth's fever? The leading hypothesis blames the release of methane buried in the seafloor. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas that turns into carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The more greenhouse gases, the hotter the planet.
Today, as humans, burning fossil fuels and putting more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, this is a process similar to that happened by natural causes during the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum.
At the PETM, it took thousands of years for the climate to warm. Today, we're changing the atmosphere and the climate 10 times faster. The question really isn't, do we understand what's going to happen? It's, what are we going to do about it? So this video is just one example of the way we've tried to connect the past to the present and illustrate how it helps us look forward into the future. But throughout the hall, we've really embedded these messages in many places and stressed a set of themes that we hope will help visitors put their relationship to the Earth in an appropriately geological context. Messages like the Earth and life have always changed, but that the changes we're now causing rank with the very biggest crises of the geologic past, the sorts of things that begin new epochs. We can use the history of life to help anticipate change to come, and that with the power to change the Earth comes the obligation to consider the consequences of the changes that we're causing. Over to you, Blake.
Great. I think I'm back on speaker now. Thank you very much. And I think that sort of last comment about the relationship between human time on one hand and geologic time on the other, and how we can try and think in geologic time, speaks to the temporal complexity of the Anthropocene, but also how the museums try and represent it. So I think with that, some of these themes are quite present in the work of Deepesh Chakrabarty, who's written a lot on temporality in the Anthropocene, but also in the role of the museum in terms of the Anthropocene as well. He is the Lawrence Kimpton Distinguished Service Professor of History at the University of Chicago. He's also the faculty director at the University of Chicago Center in Delhi. He's a founding member of a number of journals, Subaltern Studies, Critical Inquiry, a founding editor of Post-Colonial Studies. He's written a number of books that are highly relevant across many disciplines. As a political theorist, I can attest to that. But I think one book in particular, his most recent, I believe, from this year, is entitled The Climate of History in a Planetary Age. I think that is a book that speaks directly to the historical and temporal themes that we've been discussing so far in this conference. And I think with that, Deepesh, please go ahead with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Blake. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Okay, good. Thank you. So, fortunately, I could listen in on the last session. I missed Christina's talk, but I listened into the rest, and it was very helpful to hear Scott and talking about how the PETM kind of has lessons for us. So I might as well start with his point about deep time and its relevance in all our discussions of Anthropocene, post-Anthropocene. What do we do now? And I think as a historian of human history and capitalism and empire and colonies, I can say that one of the most productive aspects of the current crisis for my discipline, at least for some people in my discipline, has actually been the encounter with deep time. Because we normally, in talking about empires, capitalism, the role of the white man, we used to take deep time for granted. So we more or less used to, today I look back and I think these were kind of our Holocene assumptions, that the world was stable, and therefore the world was like a background or the stage on which human history happened. And we used to think that humans were really too small to affect this huge big planet. And what we're realizing now is that thanks to our technology, our numbers, and the things we can do, we are much bigger than we thought we were. Our impact, if you thought of our impact in terms of species extinction, is like that of the asteroid that struck the planet to cause the extinction of dinosaurs. So we have also become a huge thing-like entity that we can't see ourselves as. So we realize we are much bigger in our capacity than we used to think in thinking about capitalism and an empire, and in thinking about the world as a background for our actions. And we also now realize that the planet is not big enough. It's not as big as we thought it was. The planet actually is quite finite. And so we are bigger than we thought we were, and the planet is smaller than we thought it was. And it's kind of the conflict of these different dimensions, may I say, and our changed perceptions of these dimensions, even in the history that I do. And intellectually, that awareness has been one of the most significant of developments in history. As late as 2000, the very respected historian at Harvard, Charles Meyer, wrote an essay called Consigning the 20th Century to History in the American Historical Review. He had not a word to say about climate. even though the IPCC had been functioning for 22 years, James Hansen had been in public life for a little more than the Montreal Protocol had been signed, the hole in the ozone layer, but we just didn't wake up to it. But what I want to say in my quick 10 minutes or so, whatever I have, and just give me a sign when I should stop, and I'll stop, and we can take up the rest in Q&A. What's fascinating as a historian, I find, is that how the problem of the Anthropocene, and as Scott mentioned, it hasn't been formalized. It may never be formalized, but geology has many informal terms that stay on, like hothouse earth, snowball earth. So this may stay on. It probably will stay on, but whether it gets formalized or not, because it's been taken up by humanists and culturalists and all kinds of people, to me it seems that it's both fragmented our sense of historical time, both futures and pasts, and created a kind of a cultural phenomenon that we sometimes talk about as presentism, an intense focus on the present. Because, when we ask, what do we do now? What should we do now? When these become the pressing questions, they're both questions of policy, they're both questions of science and technology, but they're also existential questions for human beings. So if you take a book by Wally Broker and Charles Langmuir, How to Build a Habitable Planet, which is really kind of a Earth system perspective on the history of the planet, you will find that towards the end of the book, they raise these existential questions. Can humans survive? Does a high-tech civilization survive? Can we become stewards of the planet? Can this become an intelligent planet? Can this, all kind? But you can see that these are both questions about what we should do, but they're questions whose urgency comes from the sense of the urgency of the crisis. So that's what I'm calling presentism. So you kind of, so in terms of the fragmentation of historical time, even see, one thing that immediately the Anthropocene did, because in the social science historian anthropology community, because these are the communities in the humanities thrive on thinking about conflicts in human societies, thinking about inequality in human societies, thinking about the axis of oppression and domination, because that's what we call critical thinking. So it immediately gave rise to this discussion about justice, climate justice, environmental justice, and the question of historical responsibility. And it's fascinating to see how the cookie crumbles as you discuss the question of historical responsibility. And this has to do with the debates about when does the Anthropocene start. So while I agree with the working group and the stratigraphers who begin, I tend to agree with them. I'm not a specialist that mid-20th century marker is probably the good marker, but there's still geologists who argue that it began with hominin control of fire. You suddenly got a species that had available to it more energy than its muscle force could provide. But even if you come to the history of Homo sapiens, if you think of megafauna extinction, right? Then you don't blame the white man. It's a very different conception of humans that you have to use in asking who were responsible for megafauna extinctions, if humans were. If you go with Ruddiman's thesis that it begins with the invention of agriculture, then again, the cookie, crumbles in different ways. If you go to 500 years, then of course the story of capitalism, imperialism, the white man, and they all play a very important role. But if you start with the mid-20th century marker, then there are two things. On the one hand, climate change is a backloaded problem, right? Because we are actually facing the impact of the CO2 that has already been accumulated, which is why in Peter Singer, the philosopher in Princeton, in thinking about historical responsibility, divided up the key emitting nations into retrospectively guilty nations and prospectively guilty nations. and something I read in an essay by Zalasevic, who chairs the Anthropocene Working Group recently, was a statistic which really was quite mind-blowing. And I trust his data, and he was saying that 87% of the total amount of fossil fuel that's been consumed by human beings have been consumed after 1950. Now, if that's true, then you surely can't leave China, India, and all the developing nations out of the discussion. And here I come to my really concluding points, is that in a sense, what we are left with, the world we inhabit, is a post-Second World War world in which the message of growth, that both Soviet Union and the USA kind of promulgated and propagated in the 1950s. So you think of, Rostow, the economist who wrote Stages of Growth. MIT has been a very consistently important institution, both from Rostow's championing of growth to the Club of Rome 1973 report on limits to growth. But you see all these third world emerging new nations. For them, growth was terribly important. It was not important simply because they were greedy. It was important because it had to do with the question of mass poverty. So if you think of China and India and the story before 1950, these were countries known to be massively poor. One book that I grew up on as a child in Calcutta was Pearl Buck's The Good Earth, which was all about how poor the Chinese were. So I know that on independence, the problems facing Nehru, Nasser, Mao, and these people was the problem of famine and food supply. And that's why they fell in love with big dam technology, as a way to, this is before we had high yielding variety of wheat. So this is all water was all to do with irrigation, and power was to do with irrigation, and irrigation and water supply both had to do with increasing the supply of food. The other important thing was the invention of antibiotics from the 1930s. Antibiotics saved a lot of life in the Second World War. And then you think of DDT, about which, of course, Rachel Carson wrote, but the eradication of malaria, the eradication of smallpox. Now, these were hugely important things in these countries. So if you forgot climate change for a moment, bracketed it, and looked at what was happening in the world, in the second half of the 20th century, you would tend to think that we do live in a Steve Pinker world, that more and more humans are living better and better. So there's a Hoover Institution report from 2017 showing that it took humans up to 1986 to have 1 billion consumers. Then in 21 years, we had 2. And in another 9 years, we had 3. Another 7 years, we had 4. And when you look at the statistics of the classes that consume, in around up to 2000, I was looking at some statistics, the bulk of them came from the usual list of, the usual culprits, North Atlantic countries, Japan, industrialized countries. Now the bulk of them come from China, India, and the new middle classes. So, the end of the 20th century became all about aspiration, and which is why there was an explosion of rights, indigenous people's rights. You should look at rights talk, indigenous people's rights, women's rights, sexual rights, lifestyle rights. There's an explosion. Such an explosion that somebody looking at rights talk from the outside this planet would think humans are living with contradictory notions of rights. They don't all come together to kind of create a grand theory of rights. And this aspiring population heard the grim news about climate change, which they initially saw as yet another Western ploy to take away all the pleasures of growth and consumption from them. And they still do it. In the Glasgow COP, it was India that pushed for the expression phasing out of coal to be changed to phasing down of coal. And 60% of our energy still comes from fossil fuel. So there's been this complete clash of perspectives. Sometimes I used to say it by mentioning that the word globe in the expression globalization is not the same as the word globe in the expression of global warming, because the word in global warming is really Earth system. And what you now realize is that there is one planet, but humans have many worlds. The planet is not divided, we are divided. And our divisions, and if you think of United Nations was set up as a global organization that would actually deal with global problems in which it could accommodate our divisions on the assumption that humans had indefinite amount of time to solve all problems. So, if you asked when would Israelis and Palestinians live in peace, and you have the 100 so many resolutions on this in the United Nations, the answer would be we're working on it. It's work in progress. Whereas IPCC does not assume that we have an indefinite amount of time at our disposal. So if you think of a planetary calendar, what the IPCC gives us is a planetary calendar for actions, and then nations bargain and try and extract as much time out of the planetary calendar to accommodate our differences. So, even 2 degrees was a politically bargained figure. 1.5 was more closer to what the real limit should have been. And at every discussion with the air conditioners, the Rwanda conference of 2016, India bargained to be among the slowest to change, because there's a huge demand for air conditioners in India from poor people. The cities are becoming heat islands. And there's not enough infrastructural change to actually help people. So the choices to deal with cities that are becoming hotter are private choices. So even people in slums are pooling money to buy air conditioners, which are old-style air conditioners, very damaging for the atmosphere, but it's giving them better life. So there are all these kind of trade-offs which are to do with the fragmentation of time, human time, planetary time, national times. And so suddenly, once upon a time in the late 20th century, we used to think one day we'll all be rich and capitalist after 1989. Or before 1989 in China or parts of India, we used to think one day it'll all be socialist. So we used to have one future. But now the future is fragmented. When we bargain over this future, the time of development, how long do we have? Okay, good, thanks. I'll wind up. And so I wind up with this point then that really the Anthropocene and the politics of it is very much the politics of temporality and time. And this is the time of development, the planetary time, the planetary calendar. And the message really is that we have one planet. Humans are divided. And then the challenge is how do we both recognize our differences, our legitimate grievances, legitimate search for justice, as well as respond to what the planet needs us to do in time and on time. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Deepesh, for that. Chiara, I think you have arrived in our waiting room here. And so I want to swiftly move on to your part of the talk. Chiara de Kesri is an associate professor of European Studies and Cultural Studies at the University of Amsterdam, trained in social cultural anthropology. She has a PhD from Stanford in 2009. Her research explores how institutional manifestations of memory, heritage, art, and cultural politics are shifting under conditions of contemporary globalization and ongoing transformations of the nation state. Among many publications, including a 2019 monograph entitled Heritage of the Cultural Struggle for Palestine, that's again from Stanford University Press. She leads a new project, or a project that started last year, hopefully amidst COVID, on imagining institutions otherwise, that is art, politics, and state transformation. Chiara, thanks, it's great to have you here, and please do go ahead for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the generous introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very humbled by speaking after such, very, very complex assessment of the current situations and a global view. I will move back to the question of museology, which is just a tiny dot within the breadth of topics that have been addressed so far, and which is the topic that I know best. And what I'm going to be talking about is mostly based on the amazing work of the group of people that I have the pleasure of working with as part of the Imagine Art project, and particularly the work of Nouraini Giulia Stuti, who is working with us at the University of Amsterdam on some of the museums that I will discuss in a moment. I was wondering whether I can, okay, I see my PowerPoint. Again, not being also an expert on the Anthropocene myself, but being, I would say, a cultural studies scholar and somebody who works a lot with museums and art and cultural politics, what I'd like to do is to provide some thoughts based on the ongoing research and of the people of the Imagine Art project, in lieu of a full answer to the question of what kind of museology might emerge in a post-Anthropocene world, which is one of the questions that were raised in the text that we got as a provocation to think about these issues. I will leave for now, for the sake of brevity, of course, the question of the post that I guess will be discussed at length in the Q&A session, and we'll move to talk about what I see in and around what I do see, which is happening in and around museums in different parts of the world, which is a lot of ongoing experiments which are transforming the institution of the museum itself, including its social relevance, and perhaps pointing in the post-Anthropocene direction envisioned by Blake and Colin and the organizer of this event. This is what I call creative institutionalism, and I mention this not for the sake of inventing new jargon, but in order to bring together a set of creative experimental projects that I believe are contributing to a new radical museology that is having already some, I would say, positive effects on the present. And I strongly believe that we need to look beyond Europe to search for this radical museology, and particularly beyond the walls of the traditional museum, in order to look for these traces of the future and of future museology. Now, I think people often argue why museum, how relevant are museums to the contemporary to the major political issues of our times and the Anthropocene. And I do believe that museums are playing an increasingly interesting role as political platforms upon which major societal issues and are being discussed, negotiated, and arguably acted upon as well. And I'll try to say something about that in a moment and make some concrete example. Which in a way is a paradox, because museums are deeply colonial institutions. I won't have time to go into the multiple dimensions of this genealogy, also because this is likely known to many in the audience. But certainly they are very important institution within colonialism, and colonialism being one of the pillars, the foundation of racial capitalism and the racial capitalocene. In a way, they might be seen as a kind of a paradoxical place to act upon questions of the Anthropocenes. But in fact, arguably, precisely in a way similar to the ways in which anthropology, sort of the discipline I come from, was confronted with its colonial legacy and had to somehow do something about it because it could not conceal itself. Seemingly, I believe that museums, and particularly museums in Europe today, cannot but somehow reckon with their colonial histories. And again, arguably, they have become an important site for rethinking and redirecting, one could argue, the present's colonial legacies. And just for the sake of clarity, I'm not saying that, European museums are very good-hearted and they are making good of their colonial legacy, but often they are turned into political sites precisely by activists who act upon them and turn them into platform for different forms of political action. And I'm talking, of course, here about decolonial activism that in many different ways and in many different places is not only targeting, but also using and transforming museums. Now I want to just give you some examples of these forms of creative institutionalism across heritage and the arts that are transforming museums and their social relevance. And again, that I believe those sites are very often misrecognized as sites of heritage innovation, sometimes just simply because they happen outside of Europe or outside traditional museums and heritage sites. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, these are commons. These are two slides from two schools/museums in Indonesia. One is close to Yogyakarta, and the other one is on Timor. And these two commons museums are at the center of my wonderful colleague Nuraini Juliastutis, a scholar and researcher who is part of the Kunci Collective in Indonesia. And Nuraini has done a lot of work with these commons museums, which are popping up in different Indonesian villages. And what's interesting about these museums, Commons Museum is the term that Nuraini uses to define those sites of sociocultural innovations. What's interesting about these museums in those Indonesian villages is that they combine three different activities. So they are grassroots archives, very often whereby people archive all kinds of things, both of human and non-human origins, seeds, but also traditions and also stories for example, from the Indonesian past that have been silenced, like, for example, the massacre perpetrated by the Suharto regime in the 60s. But they also do schooling. They are sites of what Nuraini calls radical pedagogies, and they also are sites for rethinking forms of community economies. So they are very important economic sites where people experiment with traditional forms of living in order to produce more sustainable economies. Can I have the next slides, please? Okay, this is another, some pics of the Commons Museum in Timor, and you can see sort of the breadth of activities of these places, which are not only archives, so to speak, but useful archives. Nuraini calls them useful museums, museums or museums logics that are mobilized in order to create local sustainable economy, and also a kind of some form of continuity with the past that has been devastated by capitalist extraction. Now, big jump. Can I have the next slide? Now we go to, oh, sorry. This is something that, unfortunately, I apologize. On my view, the slides was rightly fitting the screen, but now you don't see it too well. This is, I don't know if people in the audience have read about the Indonesian artist collective Ruang Rupa, which is, who are the curators of the next Documenta in Germany, the major German international art exhibitions. Okay, not 2 minutes, try to be very short. So, basically, the Lumbung, the Ruang Rupa took the rice barn, which is a very important commoning institution in Indonesian villages, and used to sort of recreate Documenta International Art Exhibition as a site of transnational institution building. So a way to use a format of grassroots sort of common community economies to transform the international art system and a museum format, the Biennale, in order to produce institution building in different parts of the world. So there is this idea of transnational institution building. Now, I only have 2 minutes. I just want to show quickly 2 more slides. One, may I have the next slide? This is a museum in Italy, and that's also a very useful museum, which is in a way the constitutive outside of the major contemporary art museum in Rome, which is the Maxi, and this is called MAM, the Museum of the Other and Elsewhere. And it's the 3rd largest contemporary art collection in Rome, which was established by way of Solidarity Network in order to protect 200 people, homeless people who had occupied the building to live there with families, with kids. And so the museum was mobilized and works of art was brought there to protect the people from eviction and to protect this sort of sustainable community that has developed in the periphery of Rome. Now the last slide. One more. The next one is also on the MAM, another view of the MAM. And my last slides, the last one, next one, is on the one more. Yeah, this is the Palestinian Biennial, which is the last one of my example of creative institutionalism, and which is also, in a way, similarly to the Ruangruka Documenta, is a biennial, so an international art and museum format, which is being used to create, to build up social institutions and to bring people together. As you can see, this was the picture from the Palestinian Biennial in 2014, and people were brought to the biennial to create grassroots archives. And so I would like to end with this idea of sort of multiple experiments with radical museologies in different places, in different parts of the world, which bring together this idea of experimental institutionalism, of museum, of playing with the museum and the archive format to realize different archives of heritage and simultaneously different social forms and also economic forms. So they are kind of anticipatory representations, I would argue, of the future to come and of the future museums to come. Thank you, and apologies for running over a little bit.
No, not at all, not at all. I was as chair, I hate having to put the hand up. You know, that's.
I'm very bad with times. Apologies.
No, it was absolutely fine. It was absolutely fine. As chair, one thing I really dislike as chair is who say too much after the talks and interfere with the upcoming Q&A. I see 2 themes coming along here. One theme is the plurality of the Anthropocene times. Anthropocene is not one time, it's times, but also the dilemma of presentism, right? Museums are a reflection on the past, but it seems that the Anthropocene, in some ways, scares people to think about the future, right? All of a sudden, it stops their sense of their own development, their own emancipation. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. So that I think that may lead to the first question, which is in the chat, which says, if, as mentioned by Professor Chakrabarty, that there's one planet, but humans have many worlds, then what could be a useful way to engage with the question of what is then to be done?
Look, there's no one thing that is there to be done. I mean, clearly there are some low-hanging fruits and some fruits that are very difficult to pluck. And I want to say on this question of presentism and future, if you are a privileged middle-class person, I'm talking about India now, living in one of the cities, then a lot of the dystopia seems like it hasn't quite happened to you yet. You have some intimations of it. But if you're a poor person living on coastal India, along the coasts, where the seas have risen and a lot of fresh water has become saline, the dystopia is now, I mean, poor fishing women who stand in seaside rivers to collect fish waist deep all day are getting all kinds of infections in their reproductive organs. And sometimes they're having to undergo hysterectomy and stuff. I wouldn't have normally connected hysterectomy with climate change. But it's such a multidimensional problem, and it affects us differentially within nations, between nations. And so that's where the fragmentation of the future actually happens. So in a sense, it's not like, with the development narrative, you could say, look, today it's 10% of people eating well, tomorrow will be 40, then it'll be 50. And that used to be the narrative of globalization if in China and other places. I mean, it is true that the way in which, we have added more people who now constitute the consuming classes, and they've come out of the non-consuming classes. And that's the story in China and India. On the other hand, and for them, it's sort of, they want to sort of consume more, and they're creating aspirational classes below them. And these aspirations are the stuff of elections in India. And I'm sure the aspirations are the stuff of legitimacy in China. I mean, Xi Jinping's authority, like Lee Kuan Yew's, depends on actually, and Suharto's did in Indonesia when Indonesia had an oil boom, actually depended on giving people better standard of living, better consumption. So that narrative hasn't gone away, but it's getting fragmented because some people are realizing this can't go on. But people are being affected differentially. And that's why I said there is a kind of fragmentation of futures. At the same time, it's such a crisis, and the uptake is so differentiated that the question of what can we do, again, becomes a differentiated question. So if you look at American universities and what they've done with regard to climate change, most of them have set up institutes that only deal with technology, science, and policy. They don't look at Anthropocene, they don't look at deep history, because a lot of it's not actionable in immediate terms. But on the other hand, I find that museums are terrific. What Kiara was talking about is terrific, and so is Scott's Museum terrific, because humans need that perspective, even if politicians and policy people, are slow on the uptake of this perspective. Because I think it's really the encounter with deep time that gives us a perspective on ourselves. And again, in one of Zalasiewicz' pieces, he had a very interesting line, which I quoted somewhere, where he says, the difficulty for us to have a perspective on what we are, human beings, stems from the fact that we are the human beings, that we are actually trying to get a perspective on ourselves, standing out of ourselves, as it were. So I think museums in the last session showed that. I mean, the way in which what Donna Haraway called scientific fabulation, and Isabel Senja also similar, the way in which these fabulations were being used by some of the stories that the people on the last panel were talking about, the way in which local cultural objects are being used to create a kind of community in Indonesia, that Kiara was talking about. These are the things that museums can do in different contexts, but all I'm saying is that the picture is going to be differentiated because humans are differentiated, and that's the most difficult challenge we face today, is that a differentiated humanity would have been fine if they had indefinite time at their disposal. But the planet requires synchronized actions on a very specific planetary calendar. And the talk about carbon budgets, when IPCC says you have this carbon budget for the next 10 years, or you have to get there by 2030. That's planetary calendar, and that's unitary. Whereas we are differentiated. So really how we accommodate our differences, out of which many legitimate questions of race and justice and other things arise, how we accommodate that and deal with a planet that we had learned to ignore for so many years is the question. And the museums can both remind us of the planet as well as remind us of the differences we have. But the messaging has to be that somewhere we have to be able to meet the planetary calendar as much as possible. And I often say to people, look, not my fault does not mean it's not my problem. And that's the reality we're facing.
I was wondering, Scott, a bit about this what is to be done question. Is something that I think would come from the experience of deep time that was being offered in the fossil hall. And I was wondering, from your curatorial and geologist perspective, what do you respond to people at the end of the exhibition that say, yeah, what is to be done? Right? How does my human time frame and human activity do something about this? What do you say?
I think I'd like to start by just adding another vote to what Deepesh just said. I think that, you know, in some ways the greatest mission of our approach and our sort of Anthropocene message for the fossil hall here, and my interest in it in general, is we have a planetary problem. And to be honest, it dismays me a little bit that many of my colleagues, not all, in social sciences are still reaching first for the problem of how do we assign blame for this, instead of what is the problem. And I think the problem of responsibility is real and has to be considered when we try to come up with solutions. So I'm not saying it doesn't matter. History does matter. It always matters. But I think what we're trying to do in that hall is just to bring people to the realization that they can recognize this planetary scale problem before they have to worry about solving it. Because I think when you hit them over the head first with guilt and you're a bad person for participating in your own comfort, or you're a bad person because of what your ancestors did, or whatever. I think when you do that, you close off their ability to hear you. And so I think it's very important to first encourage people to put themselves in this context of deep time, of Earth systems. What are the limits that we are now experiencing? Because if you don't get them into that place, into understanding that context for their own existence, then I think you'll never get them to talk about how to solve those problems, and the problems, the solutions are really hard because they do involve, it will cost, and it will cost some people more than others, and it should cost the people who have more than it costs the people who have less. So I mean, equity is absolutely important in the solution, but we can't even get people to recognize there's a problem.
I think there's a comment in the chat from Colin on this, which is that maybe people do recognize it, but they also find it really terrifying, right? And it's how do you? One problem with the Anthropocene narrative is that if it's meant to prompt action, it sometimes can do the very opposite. It can prompt us to realize that we are so insignificant, so inconsequential as an individual, that there's nothing that we can do. And so, do you worry that some people may come out of the exhibition thinking
we thought very hard about exactly that problem, and I hope the answer is you're a lot bigger than you think, and that human societies are really good at solving really big problems. That's what they're for. And the technology of our own, we always think of technology as being a device or a machine, but our societies are a kind of technology that we have developed to deal with giant problems. And I take hope from institutions that have existed for centuries or millennia, even if I don't always agree with them. The fact that they continue to exist and that they are solutions to problems is I think very encouraging. So I kind of feel that I hope we hit that note in the hall and in the other things we're doing, is to leave people to not scare them so much. And this is actually another lesson of the past: is we aren't at the end of the Cretaceous. We aren't at the end of the Permian. We're not in a planetary disaster of that scale. We're in a planetary disaster that is going to make lives much more miserable than they have to be. And so the solution is not to stick our heads in the sand because it's so scary. The solution is to think more realistically about what problems are coming down the pike and to deal with them now because we have to.
Thinking and getting to the role of the museum in the doing. Chiara, your question, a couple that are relevant to you, I think you would be the first person that I'd like to direct them towards, is how can grassroots initiatives in local communities address the concept of deep time in a way that means actual transformation for them?
Sorry, can you reread it? I just missed it. How
yes,
do
of course.
grassroots community? I was trying to see if I can see the chat, but I see another chat. It's not the right one, I guess.
Yes, no, it's there is our high-level speaker chat, which is
okay.
not the other chat. So this is why I have two screens going here. I need two computers, which is why I could. So the question is as follows. How could grassroots initiatives and local communities address the concept of deep time in a way that means actual transformation?
I'm trying to think of the concrete examples. For example, the Indonesian ones. I guess in most of the example that I made, there is a fundamental interruption of time, which is the interruption produced by colonization. So in a way, the question of deep time and sort of reaching out into deep time is already hurdled by this question of the interruption and the break, the dramatically violent break of colonial modernity. But in fact, I would argue that all these projects, in one way or the other, precisely deal with this idea or try to act upon the idea of reconstructing some form of meaningful continuity with deep time. And then with in a way, this is, I would argue, is one of the central question of decolonial theory, if I read it, the way I read it, precisely this question of sort of how to go back to before colonialism and to bring back that kind of baggage of experiences and forms of lives that have been again violently interrupted. So I'm not sure there is no definite answer, but yet all of these projects struggles with these questions.
It's one thing that comes from this and a lot of other conversations about the temporalities of the Anthropocene is the solution always deep time, right? Is this the medicine that if we think deep time, then therefore we will be able to alter our practices? And I wonder if it's always the right medication for solving some of these. And I think to speak to things that Deepesh had mentioned, we have clashes at different times of development, times of emancipation, and it's hard to sort of think of development and emancipation and deep time and pull them all together in the same way, right? Because if I'm thinking in terms of deep time, my times of emancipation and development are arrested, right? So I sort of wonder whether or not that's the cure that is always prescribed to be.
I was going to say, taking off from what Chiara was saying, there are situations where actually it's not necessarily deep time, but a lot of pre-colonial practices of land management, particularly indigenous societies and even in peasant societies, that were ecologically less harmful, much less harmful. than, let's say, settler colonial practices, by which we've expanded productivity. There's no question. I mean, the settler colonial countries once became the granary of the world for wheat and other things. But it has come at a huge ecological cost. So I think there's a lot to learn from societies that had successfully managed their environment for a very long time, like I'm thinking of the Australian Aboriginal people or indigenous societies elsewhere. The problem becomes that indigenous societies also, with their technology, supported smaller populations. Whereas today we have a world with 10 billion people. And I'm not completely persuaded that 10 billion people can, we can produce food for them using purely indigenous technology for food production. But at the same time, there's a lot of things to be learned from cultures that Europeans once saw as primitive or as the dying races or dispensable part of humanity, or kind of, took their land away and quarantined them into little settlements and things. I think that, what I'm hearing Kiara saying and what I read elsewhere and what I think is that there's a lot to learn from all of those models, because it seems to me, I'm convinced that the current model of growth and consumption that the elite of the world, of all countries, not just European or white countries, are setting for the rest of their population, while they act as a huge incentive for aspiration and have certain democratic aspects, those aspirations do. But to me, it doesn't seem sustainable. I mean, there's a French scholar, Pierre Charbonnier, who's written this book where he makes a distinction, which some of my colleagues in history department also make, a distinction between the land you live on and the land you live from. And if you look at the wealthy countries, then the land we live from is much bigger than the land we live on. So we have food flown in, all kinds of things, right, in all of the wealthy countries. And that's why we would say that if you really wanted everybody to live at this level of Western or high consuming countries, you would need more planets, because we just wouldn't have enough land to go around. So clearly, long term, I don't see this system as sustainable. But whether we're going to that point through a lot of, as Scott was saying, through a lot of costs, and the costs which will fall unevenly on people who haven't caused the problem, and therefore there has to be a politics. I don't know if you'll succeed, but ideally there has to be a politics of putting pressure on governments to ensure that the classes and people more responsible for the problem, bear a lot of the cost of repairing it. Now that's where politics is, and that's where there's no foretelling which way the world would go, because people with real power will exert that power. A big industrialist in India or America has much more power than I do. And, with their money and they can do more things. So it's really both a question of messaging to richer people that it is in everybody's interest. And that's why, like Scott, I think if you push the blame game too far, then the really critical people who need to make good decisions, they switch off, because then they say, okay, if it's only in your interest, why should I be sacrificing? I mean, capitalists are not known to be self-sacrificing creatures, but they're also human beings. Then if we can rationally explain to them that it is actually in everybody's interest, it is actually everybody's problem, and that they should bear the cost of having been historically responsible, not in terms of your grandfather did it and therefore you are morally bad. It's not a question of being a morally bad human being, but it's a question of recognizing that the poor today will suffer from the historically emitted carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. And there has to be a politics of that. To me, it seems to me that we don't have enough. There's an institutional deficit for creating that politics. We don't have, in fact, something I was thinking about while listening to Kiara was that where deep time becomes politically relevant, the Himalayas, which are a young mountain range, have become the most militarized mountain range in the world because of China, India, and Pakistan and their conflicts. Now, their deep time matters because the mountain is still very active, it's growing. And if you blast it, you cause landslides. I mean, you wouldn't believe the number of tanks and Air Force bases that China, India, and they're building dams all over it. Forgetting that the real product of this mountain range are rivers, are water that service 8 countries. So we need countries to come together and look at their own long-term interests and not just short-term geopolitical interests. That perspectives cannot be had without some engagement with geohistory, or somebody's calling geostory, with what Scott's exhibition is trying to do.
So a lot of this conversation has been how do we alter our own times and our own time thinking. But as one of the recent questions in the chat has brought forth, what is the thought of thinking in terms of space as well? We have to also think globally, right? We have to think on a planetary scale. And there's a question in the chat that says that given the issues of fragmentation of future and the need to synchronize our actions, do we think it is more effective to address global or local histories in museums? And how do we integrate the two? I don't know if there's one of you who wants to take that first. I thought it was a very abstract question.
Blake, can I add a point to what Deepesh was saying earlier and then connect to this question?
Absolutely.
I mean, I just wanted to add something to what Deepesh was saying about the question of whether, for example, indigenous modes of living are both, in a way, certainly showing the way for more sustainable forms of living, and at the same time, perhaps not enough for sustaining, for example, a major city with millions of inhabitants as opposed to a small village. I just wanted to say that I fully share your concern, and it's certainly a key question. At the same time, something that I learned from the projects that the different experiments and institutions that are part of our project is that this so-called return to indigenous institutions and forms of life is never a full return, also because it's impossible in many ways. So there is always a form of experimentation around the return of tradition. And I'm not entirely sure that there is no ways in which those alternative modes of living cannot be transformed themselves to fit different scales. And now I'm just going to make a small example related to Palestine, which is about the ways in which in Palestine, in a context where the state, the Palestinian Authority, has failed, essentially, and its institutions are failed institutions, there have been a landscape of multiple cultural and other organizations, grassroots groups, that for long have quasi-substituted the state, the Palestinian Authority, and carried out state functions. And the way they have done it, in a way that was at times surprising, because you could never imagine a small group can sort of substitute for a full state, providing, for example, for a major city. But what they have done is to create partnerships and alliances and different networks, which at times have managed to sustain certain public services for relatively big areas. So this is not exactly, the example of a circular economy on a broad scale, but I think there are ways in which experiment with alternative indigenous modes of living can lead to sort of mutated forms that are better adapted for more complex systems.
Chiara, do you want to address the question as well? You said you'd get back to the question.
Well, in a way,
after this
my answer is connected to the point that I made, and it's also connected to the question of the multiple temporalities that we are dealing with. And I do believe that all these projects do entails, in many ways, these multiple temporalities, because the temporality of development is always present, as Deepesh was saying, as a kind of sort of as horizon, and anyway as something on the horizon. At the same time, this idea of sort of multiple temporalities in one space as much as contradictory as it is one of the ways in which these spaces can sustain their promises.
One thing I want to just add on the question of deep time is, see, once you become aware of deep time, and you begin to realize that deep time is always there with you. I say to my students that, like, your body was born with you and will die with you, insofar as it is your body, but it took millions of years to design it. So, and actually you can't make a human artifact ignoring the evolutionary fact that we have opposable thumbs, right? So whether it's a fighter plane or a cup, you take deep time for granted. You assume that human hands are a certain shape and can do something. So I always find that once you become aware of it, deep time for me is a deeply perspective. See, I'm not a historian of deep time, so I can't do what Scott is doing, or, I can't date an artifact from deep past. But when I read about deep time, and that's where I found as a historian, and I'm sure the same thing can happen for museum specialists, the encounter with deep time, which we normally kind of did not see. Like Charles Meyer had not a word to say about climate change because we were so caught up with questions of human justice, human aspirations, the tragedy of the two wars, tragedy of Nazism, what happened to the Jews, what's happening with the Palestinians, which are all real questions. So that the planet kind of receded from our view. And what this crisis has done is to foreground the questions of the planet. And I still see my colleagues in policy science, in technology, not wanting to engage with the planetary. See, they simply want to do things that businesses will accept and will bring the university big grants, and nothing wrong with that. But I'm trying to tell them that, but you must also look at the planetary at least as a vantage point from which to take a perspective on this, on what you do. And there I see the city of Chicago has the Field Museum and the Natural History Museum. And the two museums are different on the assumption that natural history is different from human history, that technology is human. Now we know that they're not different histories. And I often, in my wildest imagination, I think maybe one day these two museums will do things together simply to make the point that natural history is not different from history of science and technology. Think of the Shedd Aquarium in Chicago. I mean, this is a completely Anthropocene museum because it has exhibitions of whales and dolphins, and it imports fresh seawater to keep those exhibitions going. Think of the amount of fossil fuel it must cost them to bring that seawater. So this, you can see how the American dream of a high-tech society that would create these museums for the education of American children was completely forgetful of what it means to haul seawater hundreds of miles to keep these exhibitions alive. And your encounter with deep time, even these museum people will become aware of what they're doing. American children should go to the seaside to see whales and dolphins. Whales and dolphins should not be brought to the Midwest.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Scott, were you wanted to jump in a little bit earlier?
Yeah, I was just gonna add to this question of I think you said should museums, or the question was raised, should all museums basically be telling the same story of global connection in deep time, and I think that's, obviously that's going too far in the other direction. I think the problem now is that they don't integrate, they don't contextualize often the local story, the local history in this broader history, which just makes it difficult for people to understand why things happen. And so I think that the role of museums is to, all museums struggle with the role of museums, but I think in terms of how we speak to a broader public, we're here in part to shake up the way people think about themselves and the way they think about their societies. So putting the Anthropocene in a fossil hall is very much about hoping that it makes people reconsider. It's not saying this is the only way to look at yourself. It's saying this is a very important way to look at yourself, and it's more important now than it ever has been. Maybe once when we were scattered and not in contact with one another, and cultures were more separate, and the human technology didn't have this huge effect on the planet, maybe then it made less difference that we live inside this little box called the Earth. But we can't ignore that anymore. So I think in a way, the long-term perspective that comes from thinking about deep time is very practically speaking much more important than it ever has been. So I think it's more important for museums to put themselves in that context, even if they have many other jobs to do.
And speaking of the role of museum, there's a question in the. Sorry, Kira, do you guys want?
No, I just wanted to sort of reinforce the point that I think sort of the current taxonomy of museums, which is very much tied to colonial and capitalist modernity, is also, I think, a key issue to tackle. And of course, and I think the whole taxonomy is very problematic, and it has a very sort of profound impact beyond the walls of the museum on people's psyche, so to speak. For example, this idea of not only of the natural history and the separation between natural history and history museums, but also the separation between art and ethnography museums. So I do think that there is something about the current taxonomies of museums that goes back to the 19th century that tells us a very wrong stories that we should change.
There's a question in the chat that I had skipped over a bit, wanted to come back to, and I think this is the right time to come back to it, which is, what steps can museums take to avoid hubris? The question says, this seems like an important question given the power of our species and the role that museums can play as cultural institutions. I think you could say that, is it the hubris and what people in museums think museums can do, but also is, what can museums do to tackle our own hubris?
I have a very short answer to that question, which is go out and stand in your own exhibitions and talk with people about what they see. That will immediately disabuse you of hubris, because you will realize that you may not have helped them do what you thought you were helping them do.
I think so go ahead, Kira.
No, I was thinking of the term hubris and the kind of, sort of the connotations of the term hubris, and sort of I would ask the person who asked the question to specify a little bit what they meant about hubris. Of course, I mean, it's a very particular word with a very strong moral, and I do believe that, I mean, there is an issue of morality, but also an issue of sort of systemic and structural issues that are, I'm not sure whether they are addressed by the term hubris.
We don't want to, as museums, we don't want to stop being ambitious. So sometimes being ambitious to promote understanding leads to a bit of blindness about whether you're doing the right thing, but I think you have to try.
Yeah, the commentator, Glenn is his name, and I don't know if he wants to resurface, but I think the question is useful again because it speaks to the hubris in terms of what can the museum achieve, but also, what role does the museum play to remind us of how inconsequential we may be in terms of planetary time, but also at the same time how consequential we can also be? And I mean, here we are in the middle of this pandemic on these various technical platforms because nature has reminded us
I was thinking of
our
your
insignificance.
earlier question about whether museums should focus on local or global, and I can give you 2 examples of 2 museums which did very different things, but they were equally significant in my experience. One was a museum called Hydropolis, which still exists, a permanent museum, and that's in a Polish city, Wrocław. What used to be. And the Hydropolis is a permanent exhibition of the amount of fresh water that's available in the universe. So not just this planet. And you go and you come out knowing how plentiful fresh water is in nature, while we have created a freshwater scarcity for us. Right? There are 2 billion people that go without fresh water. So it's an exhibition about the universe, but it's a peculiar way because it's about such a critical object, naturally occurring object like fresh water. At least in my experience, I could not help thinking about the problem we have created for ourselves with an element that is plentifully available in the universe. But that was a huge, big exhibition. And then I was in South Africa, and there's a District 6 museum, which is a community museum, which was a kind of neighborhood that the apartheid regime was trying to build up by it was a mixed neighborhood, so they demolished it altogether overnight and started to create a community, white community there, whatever settlement there, and the apartheid fell before they could complete the project. So that entire community that was uprooted have kind of come together to use a church that is no longer in use as the site of the museum, but the community keeps adding artifacts, they keep adding memorabilia and things. So these are 2 different museums on 2 different scales. But I can tell you that as a visitor, I was impacted hugely by both of these museums. So because in my mind, the story of racism or what happens to these people, to any human person, that is appealing. To go back to what Christina was saying in the last session, because we are ultimately human beings, and you are appealing to a human being's capacity to experience. And the other one affected me through my knowledge of this, and through my experience of the scarcity of fresh water coming out of India. And then to see how available this is. And I couldn't help thinking what a mess we humans have made. With something that I think,
I think that I don't know if we want to end on what the mess we've made as humans as the end, but I think yes. I mean, in many ways, the Deep Time exhibition in Washington, I did walk away thinking the same. Look at the not only the spatial mess, but the temporal mess that we've left for the future, and I think the exhibition was very effective at doing that, Scott. And if you'd asked me, I think you did ask me what I thought, and I thought it was quite effective. And the big test was my goddaughter, my 6-year-old goddaughter, who saw the temporal message in this. And I think it did speak to how museums can change not only how we think about the space, but also think about time. And I just in the time that is remaining, which is very short, we're in fact in overtime, I want to thank the 3 speakers for taking their own time to fiddle with this technology and give us their thoughts on a provocative question. I want to thank the audience for being here today. Apologize to some of those in the chat as questions I wasn't able to get to. But lastly, to thank Framer Framed for all of their hard work that they've done amidst changing rules and schedules almost on an hourly basis. So thank you so much to Framer Framed, and we hope to convene in your space again soon. Thank you all, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to my co-speakers.
Thank you very much.
It's been a lovely conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
And thank you for organizing it.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.